All right, the record will reflect the jury is not present. At this time, State's counsel is present at council table as well as defendant, Mr. St. John, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Isom. Is the state ready this morning?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
Ready, Judge.
I talked with the attorneys briefly this morning in chambers on an evidentiary issue. Have we got that resolved? Do we know where we're going with that? Or do we need a hearing outside the presence of the jury?
Anybody broke, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, there's no need at this time for a hearing outside the presence of the jury on an evidentiary matter, so we're ready to have the jury brought back in. You can be seated in the courtroom. The record will reflect the jury seated in the jury box. Good morning, and I want you to know that I planned it that way. 2 good days, Saturday and Sunday, and we're back to work cold Monday morning. So I did that for your benefit. Mr. Nash, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Kenny Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, I believe you were sworn last Wednesday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may be seated. You may proceed.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Kenny Phillips. I work at the jail as a sergeant on day shift, and also I'm over transports.
And how long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department?
This spring in May it'll be 13 years.
Oh, wow. So have you worked in the jail primarily for those 13 years?
Off and on, I was transport some, and then I was a corporal on nights, and then I went back to transports, and then I was sergeant on days, and I arranged transports and do a few when I want to get out of the office.
Okay. And in your 13 years, have you had very many occasions to testify?
A couple.
Okay. But your primary duty is to be in the administration of the jail facility. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And now you handle a lot of the transport.
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant, I guess you said you'd been a night corporal. Now you're a sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what additional job duties does being a sergeant entail?
I'm over day shift, which I'm over 7 employees on my shift that work from 7 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon. And we take care of all the prisoners for their safety, our safety. We try to do the things we need to do to keep them safe and keep us safe, so we go home every afternoon.
Okay. And were you involved in transporting and booking in the defendant back on February the 3rd of 2013?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved with that?
At that time, my lieutenant was Lieutenant Bass. He called me at, after midnight, between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning, and said that we need to be.
Hearsay what someone else said, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What assignment did you receive for that day?
He told us,
Without saying what anybody said,
Okay.
did you receive an assignment that you didn't care
yes,
about?
I had to go to Lancaster to pick up a prisoner.
Okay, and did you follow those instructions?
Yes, I did.
And who went with you?
Lieutenant Bass.
So the two of you, did you take a patrol car, or what kind of vehicle did you take to transport?
We took an unmarked white Crown Vic.
Is that what you normally use for your transport duties?
Yeah, most of the time.
And about what time did you arrive at Lancaster?
Somewhere I'd say in between, 2 and 3 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Okay. And when you got there, did you take custody of the defendant?
Yeah, we met with the police officer there in Lancaster, and they showed us where they was being held, and how we wanted to transporting him back.
Were you able to get a good look at him at that time?
Yes, sir.
And is the person that you had delivered to you in for custody, is he sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Could you point him out?
It's Mr. Routh.
And what's he wearing today?
He's wearing a black jacket, gray and black tie.
May the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Now, his appearance has changed substantially since then, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first made contact with him, what was the procedure for the Lancaster PD to transfer custody of him?
At that time, I had Lieutenant Bass took the keys and went around the back. I went to one of the holding areas they had back there with another officer, and I cuffed him up in that room.
Okay. Did you question him or talk to him at that time?
No, I did not.
And then once y'all took possession of him, I guess he stayed in his handcuffs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you then put him in your car?
Yeah. Us and me and Lieutenant Bass and probably 7 or 8 Lancaster police officers accompanied us outside to load him in the car.
All right. And once you got him in the car, what did you do from there?
After the Lancaster Police Department cleared the area and made sure there wasn't nobody in the area, we went through the gate and headed home.
And you made it home. About how long a drive was it to drive him back to Routh County?
Iron 15, 20 minutes.
During that time, did the defendant get irritated with you and Lieutenant Bass?
Yes, sir. At one point he did.
Did you learn from him what he was irritated about?
He wanted a cigarette. At one point he wanted a cigarette to smoke. I told him I didn't have cigarettes.
Did he get irritated with you about anything else? How y'all were interacting with him?
We didn't interact with him after that point because I wasn't going to argue with him with a point about a cigarette or anything.
Okay. Now, once you got back to Routh County, were you involved in the processing of the defendant here at the Routh County jail?
Yes, I was.
And what did you and others do in order to complete the booking process?
We were instructed by, at that time, Captain Upshaw to, when we got him back, to take his clothes as evidence and change him out. So that's what we done.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's the Lancaster State Exhibit 305. And I'll have you go ahead and open that. and see if you recognize the contents of it.
Yes, sir. Just a pair of boots.
Okay. Were you involved, before you take those out, were you involved in the collection of those boots?
Yes, I was.
I didn't, and how was it you were involved in collecting those boots?
We took Mr. Routh into a changing room there in processing and took jail clothes in with us and removed his clothes and then bagged these and put them in a locked area for CID to pick up.
Okay, so you preserve those as evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, at this time, the state office states Exhibit 305.
Yeah, just come over.
You may.
I have no objection to 305, Your Honor.
All right, states Exhibit 305 is admitted. That's a sack and contents being one pair of boots.
That's correct, Your Honor. All right, could you go ahead and, without, we're just touching the top of the boots, could you go ahead and retrieve those belonging to the sack? Now, are these the boots that the defendant was wearing when you picked him up in Lancaster
Yes, sir.
and all the way through transport to Erath County?
Yes, sir.
And so he never changed clothes until he got back to the Erath County Jail?
No, sir.
I want to show you some photographs which have previously been marked as States Exhibits 162 through 166 inclusive. I'm going to see, maybe take a look at those and see if you recognize these. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Are those accurate depictions of scenes that you have observed personally?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state offers States Exhibits 162 through 166.
No objection, 162 through 166.
States Exhibits 162 through 166 are admitted inclusive.
Now, these photographs, they depict what the defendant was wearing when you picked him up.
Yes, sir.
We have close-up of his head, close-up of his feet. States Exhibit 164. States Exhibit 165 is his feet with the boots, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States 166 is a close-up of the boots.
Yes, sir.
Those the same boots as we see here, exhibit as 305?
Yes, sir. The same boots.
Just for the record, he did this last week and we didn't object to it. He's doing it today without requesting your permission to publish to the jury. I have no objection to, but for the record, we want the record to reflect that each time he's asked the witness a question, after that, he's published those photographs to the jury.
The record will reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
You may.
And that's just the defendant.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to also publish an exhibit that's been previously admitted. States Exhibit 308 together with States Exhibit 165. Your Honor.
You may.
pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sergeant, I don't have a lot of questions for you. You doing okay today?
They're fine.
I know you've been kind enough to help us out when we came to the jail to visit our client on more than one occasion. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Are you still assigned to the jail division of the Routh County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And do you, the medication that he takes in jail, do you give that to him on a daily basis? How does he get his medication?
His medication is given by officers that are under me.
And that medication is prescribed by a psychiatrist, is that right?
I assume, or the jail doctor. I don't know which exactly.
Well, it's someone who prescribes medication that he takes today for his issues, it's a physician, correct?
Yes, sir.
Someone who's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
How many times a day does he take the medication, do you know?
I believe 3.
Do you know what medication it is?
No, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. Have a safe day.
Thank you.
Since we talked about the administration of the jail, since the defendant was brought into Routh County custody on February the 3rd, 2013, has he had access to any illegal drugs?
No, sir, not that I know of.
You help operate the jail. Is it secure such that illegal drugs cannot get into the Routh County jail?
Yes, sir.
Is the defendant housed with other inmates?
No, sir.
So all medications come through, and food and any other substance that he ingests comes through jail staff?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first observed the defendant and interacted with the defendant on February the 3rd, 2013, what was your sense and impression of his demeanor?
I would have called him under the influence, maybe.
And did you have occasion as working in the jail to observe him after he was taken into custody for the hours, days, weeks, and months following February 3rd, 2013?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the change in his physical appearance, his demeanor, and his attitude during that time?
A great deal. I mean, we detox people that come in, you know, that we feel that are intoxicated or have been on drugs or other things. So he was in a detox situation for a while.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
And Sergeant, I understand you were in charge of transport. You went from Routh County, the county of Routh County, on February the 3rd to Lancaster, which is in Dallas County.
Yes, sir.
At least an hour and a half from this county, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you receive Mr. Routh from Lancaster PD in terms of transport?
Sometime probably between after 2 and probably before 3. I don't recall exactly the time.
And that was on February the 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Of 2013, right?
Yes, sir.
What time did your shift start that day?
7 that morning.
What time did you leave Routh County to go pick up Mr. Routh? Do you recall?
Around 1 probably, between 1 and 1:30.
1 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Now,
1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Yes, sir.
So this was in the.
This is in the early morning hours on February 3rd.
So you picked him up at between 2 and 3 a.m. on February.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
You don't have any knowledge about what time he was stopped by Lancaster PD on February the 2nd of 2013?
No, sir.
And did your transport unit, was it a unit that was unmarked but had a plexiglass divider or what we call a cage?
Yes, we had a cage in the car.
Did the car have, was it the wire mesh kind or was it the plexiglass kind?
No, it's plexiglass.
Is there a little vent window that opens up?
Yes, sir.
Was that vent window open or closed on the way back?
It was partially open.
Now, have you ever worked patrol as a deputy sheriff?
No, sir.
Your assignment's been confinement, is that right?
Well, I took a course and got my flight license to fly commercial and go to other states and pick up prisoners. So,
Fugitive, confinement, and transport.
yes, sir.
I thank you, Sergeant, for being here. I appreciate it. Have a safe day.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, just to clarify, the change in the defendant's situation. Of course, you didn't have any involvement with him before you picked him up on February the 3rd.
No, sir.
Do you know who it was?
No, sir.
But your first sense and impression of him was that he was under the influence?
Yeah, that's what I would, and what I'm trained in doing, it's always we observe and determine where we believe that they may be under the influence of something.
And from February 3rd, did y'all have, do y'all have a standard, once someone's in custody, specifically this defendant as of February 3rd, do y'all have a standard meal schedule for all the inmates?
Yes, sir. That morning when we got back, after we changed him out, he asked for breakfast that morning.
And then the medications that he's given, are those based on prescriptions either received from doctors before they get there or after they get there?
Usually after they get there. We sometimes take in medication from the family and have it checked out, verified that they are on these medications from a doctor or physician, and then we will start those medications. Or we will wait till our doctor comes in and verifies the medication, verifies it with other doctors that they are giving these medications to this person.
Now, is it your purpose as an administrator of the jail to continue people on the same health care regimen that they were on before they got there?
Yes, sir.
But from February 3rd on, jail staff would have been in total control of what food, medications, and controlled substances this defendant took in. Is that correct?
That's a leading question. I object.
Sustained.
Who's in control of what the defendant could take into his body after February 3rd, 2013?
The jail staff, and only the jail staff.
That's what it's on.
Now, I know you're not a physician, but you're aware that the medication he takes is for psychiatric reasons. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he's not taking it just to take it. He's taking it because he needs it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
And the medications that he's been administered, are those medications which were already prescribed to him when he came to the jail?
Judge, unless he has personal knowledge, then I object. Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That's what it's on.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down.
Now the state calls Ranger Ron Pedigo.
Ron Pettigrew. Ranger, I don't believe you were previously sworn. If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, if you'll have a seat in this black chair. That microphone's voice activated. You'll kind of have to get close to it.
Now, approach and retrieve the boots, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning, Ranger.
Morning, sir.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, I'm Ronald Eugene Pedigo, employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety, currently assigned to the Texas Ranger Division.
And how long have you been with the Texas Rangers Division?
Texas Ranger Division for 5 years.
And prior to that, what type of service in law enforcement did you provide?
I've been with DPS my whole law enforcement career, 25 years total. I have 7 years in the Highway Patrol, 13 years in undercover narcotics, 7 of those working undercover, 6 as a lieutenant, and then the last 5 in the Rangers.
And prior to your law enforcement career, did you serve in another capacity?
Yes, sir. Straight out of high school, went to the U.S. military. I was a cavalry scout.
And was that the U.S. Army?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in the U.S. Army as a cavalry scout?
4 years.
And were you deployed to various locations during that service?
No, sir. I was in back in the 80s. I'm a little older than most of you see now, so just did my time.
So you served back in the Reagan administration?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, my first day on a field location was the day that Reagan bombed Libya.
Now, in your work as a Texas Ranger, did you come to assist in the investigation and handling of evidence in connection with the murders of Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, I did.
How did you come to be involved in the investigation of that case?
Been called out to assist due to the type of investigation it was going to be and the large crime scene. I initially started in a route down here.
And speaking of your route down here, where are you currently stationed?
I'm currently stationed in Decatur. I just recently moved there. I was stationed in Denton for 4 years.
And when this crime occurred, was it Denton that you were?
Yes.
And I guess when one ranger gets involved, he calls out all his brethren to come help.
Yes, when you have a large inundated scene, we all go down and see who's needed to do whatever we need.
So when you initially received word that there was a major crime in Routh County, you began en route here.
Yes, sir.
While you were en route, did you take on a different assignment other than coming to the crime scene?
Yes, I did. I was stopped en route down there and rerouted to Midlothian, Texas.
Okay, and what was the purpose of this rerouting and reassignment?
It's going to be talking to, I believe, Mr. Routh's sister.
Okay. And did you follow through on that division of the investigative work?
Yes, just as I got to the police department, I met with Ranger Sweeney, and we were discussing what the information was that we had received, and then I got another phone call.
Okay, and did that cause you to then take on a new assignment even from there?
Yes, it did.
And what assignment was that?
The report that Mr. Routh was located at his residence in Lancaster, and I was started en route over there.
Okay. Were you going to assist in his apprehension if needed?
Yes, sir. Assist in the apprehension and then go to work in any kind of a crime scene that we were going to find relevant to his arrest.
Okay, and as you were en route from Midlothian to Lancaster, was the defendant apprehended?
Yes.
And what task did you undertake once he was in custody?
Once in custody, I became responsible for the vehicle for Mr. Kyle's truck.
So, or did you collaborate with Ranger Armstrong in securing the truck at the scene at I-35?
Yes, we knew at the time and from the information that not only the truck needed to be processed or at least secure for that night, but that we was also going to be doing a search warrant on Routh, the residence in Lancaster. So we decided who was going to take which assignment. I took the truck, secured it, taped it up, called for a wrecker, and then took it on to the Garland lab.
Okay, and did you accompany the truck to the Garland lab?
Yes, I did. Followed it all the way in to maintain custody on it. We met lab personnel at the scene, or at the Garland lab, and then we secured it in a vehicle bay that we have there at DPS.
Was one of those lab personnel Clay Jeffries?
We met with Clay the next day. The person I released to that night was Kenneth Evans.
Okay. So for the night, was that truck just kept secure?
Yes, sir. We placed it inside the vehicle bay, set all the security on it, and then I returned and met with Ranger Armstrong and Ranger Mankin back at PD, Police Department.
Once you delivered the truck to the Garland lab, do they have facilities to keep a large piece of evidence like a truck secure?
Yes, sir. We put it in a bay, auto bay, which would fit 2 vehicles actually, and it's secured in there, still taped up. It's behind a closed and locked door inside the facility. It's like a garage, like you take your car to be worked on.
And then you went back to assist in the investigation at Lancaster?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you then have occasion to assist in the investigation of that 2008 Ford truck that you secured the night before?
We secured it on the night of the 2nd. There was a search warrant obtained for the truck, and I returned to the Department of Public Safety lab on the morning of the 4th, and we met with the lab personnel. Lab personnel assigned was Mr. Jeffries. We had people that were specialized in DNA collection and fingerprint collection, along with trace evidence.
And when you unsealed the doors of the truck, did you assist and observe in the investigation of this truck?
Yes.
Now, the lab techs, I guess they're swabbing and lifting and all kinds of things.
Every person in that team had their specialty, and I sat back and let that person do their job. Watched the best I could, had input whenever they needed it, and then let them work over it and collect their pieces of evidence.
Okay. And in the inspection of this truck was there were firearms discovered?
Yes, sir.
You've already been through. Did you locate any cellular phones?
Located one in a center console.
And at that time, were you able to identify to whom that cell phone belonged?
No.
What was done with the cell phone that was found in the center console?
I collected it and took it to the U.S. Secret Service. And main reason we didn't identify it was I didn't power it on due to concerns. One, if it did have power, what would be going on. It's standard that we do not power them up when we find them. We're going to secure them and maintain them best for the next person whose specialty is those phones.
Now, is that because cell phones are constantly changing the content on their storage?
They're constantly changing the content, and then also if you do take a suspect's phone, people have the ability now to wipe them from a different location, from a remote location via the internet. So if we turn it back on and it goes back up and it gets the signal, it'll also get that signal to wipe it.
Okay. So you just secured it and took it to the Secret Service. Could you explain a little bit about your purpose in taking it to the Secret Service and where that location is?
Yes, sir. It's actually located at 125 East John Carpenter Freeway in Irving. And the main reason we're going to take it is to see, of course at the time we didn't know exactly whose it was or what evidence it may or may not contain. Generally what we're looking for is it'll assist in GPS locations. It'll tell you who they called, who they received calls from, text messages, and photographs that, even though we don't know now how that may play into the investigation, as things progress, a lot of times we find ourselves usually in the utilization of timelines that those cellular phones assist greatly in there, because there's no doubt that the phone call was made. It'll date and time the call was made.
Okay. And so you delivered the phone that was found in the truck. You didn't know whose it was at the time. You delivered it to Secret Service.
Yes.
Were you also involved in the chain of custody of another phone which was involved in the investigation of this case.
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved with the other phone?
The secondary phone belonged to Chris Kyle. It was recovered, I believe, at the scene by Ranger Bryley. We met on February 8th, and I took it from him. I live within 20 miles of the Secret Service lab, and it's generally easier for me, compared to him from this distance, to go and take the phones. Since I'd already submitted the first phone, and I'm familiar with their submission request, I went ahead and took charge of this phone and then followed up and submitted it.
And so you met Ranger Bryley face-to-face and took that phone from him?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That was in Midlothian on the day of Chad Littlefield's funeral.
And it was represented to you that was a phone recovered from the scene of the murders?
Yes, sir.
Capital murder. And did you follow the same procedures then to deliver that to the United States?
approach the winning yard.
You may.
I haven't said anything about this last week.
I'm sorry. All right, Ranger, was it your understanding about the phone that you obtained from Ranger Bryley that it had been found at the scene of the killing of Chad Littlefield and Chris Scott?
That's correct.
And did you follow the same procedures for delivery and a chain of custody to get that to the Secret Service in Irving?
I did.
And was that the last contact you had with that phone?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the processing of the truck, did you find what appeared to be a wallet?
Yes, we did. Center console.
May I approach with Mr. Honor?
You may.
We'll show you. Actually, I need to have this marked. We're at it. Several exhibits to be marked. Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 321. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, sir.
And could you go ahead and open that up and take a look at what's inside without necessarily pulling it out? Is that what you expected it to be?
Yes, sir.
And without describing necessarily what that is that an item that you participated in the collection from the truck of Chris Kyle 2008 Ford pickup?
Yes, sir.
And when did you collect that?
Been on 2/4/2013. I took possession of it approximately 1:07 p.m.
And you can tell that from markings on the exhibit.
Yes, sir. The date, time, and my initials.
Now without, and we're just doing mechanical stuff here, so
Okay.
would you look at State's Exhibits 322 through, actually it's through 322 through 329. Just take a quick gander at those. Are those true and correct depictions of the item and its contents as you found it in the truck on February the 5th?
Yes, sir.
Now, I also need to ask you, these are two items already in evidence, State's Exhibits 224 and State's Exhibit 225. Could you take a look at those? Now, did you recognize what's in there?
Yes, sir.
Starting with State's Exhibit 224, were you involved in the chain of custody of the items contained in this exhibit?
Yes, sir, I was.
How so?
I picked those up from the Dallas Medical Examiner's office.
Now, are these known samples of material from one of the killing victims?
Yes, sir, I believe that's Mr. Kyle's and this here's Mr. Littlefield's.
So exhibit 224 is Mr. Kyle's.
I'll tell you here in a second. I know I saw Mr. Kyle's name on something in there.
You want to double check?
Yeah. Should be on that one of that package. Yes, sir. These here I marked Mr. Kyle's name on.
All right, so exhibit 224 was material collected in the Kyle autopsy,
Yes, sir.
and you delivered that to where?
To the Garland Lab,
It picked it up from where?
Dallas Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And regarding state's exhibit 225, what's in this exhibit?
Those are items gathered from the autopsy of Mr. Littlefield.
And where did you pick them up?
Dallas Medical Examiner's Office, and I took them to the Garland Lab.
I'll pass the witness.
Ranger Pedigree, just a few follow-up questions. Besides what you testified to, did you have any other role in any investigation of this case?
I assisted with the search warrant at Mr. Routh's house.
And you were assigned back then to Denton?
Yes, sir.
County? Is your rank sergeant or lieutenant?
No, sir, it's Ranger.
I thought y'all had to be sergeants to be rangers.
I was actually a lieutenant, but when I came to the Rangers, they'd done away with the rank of sergeant. It's a departmental policy thing, and we carry the rank of Ranger now.
So there's no more rank of sergeant or anything as a ranger, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you for being here, Ranger.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Brief redirect, Your Honor.
Yes.
Regarding your rank and your status with the Rangers, when you came to the Rangers, did you have any background in the field of narcotics?
Yes, sir. I was there for 13 years.
And could you describe what job title and specialty you were involved with in the investigation of narcotics?
Yes, sir. Started out as an agent, sergeant investigator back then. Conducted both undercover and open operations. I've bought everything from a single marijuana joint to, as a lieutenant, coordinating an investigation of an individual on a wiretap responsible for bringing 60 kilos a week into the Waco area. So I've done every facet of narcotics investigation I believe that one person can do. My specialty was methamphetamine labs. I've actually went to Quantico and trained with DEA. I was a state recertifier on clandestine labs for other officers in the state to make sure they're getting the proper levels, protective equipment, and then when I go on scene, I was a site safety officer. I'd watch those other officers as well as take part in taking down and processing the methamphetamine labs. I have to know how to cook in case we ever get in a position to do it. If we had to finish one out, or if I was in an undercover capacity, somebody wanted to challenge me, I'd have to be able to do that. So I've learned innate areas of narcotics from beginning to end because I'd be in close quarters with these individuals with little to no backup at any time, so I was always trying not to make a slip up. And I think the fact that I'm still here shows I was somewhat good at the job.
So when you were with DPS and narcotics work, you spent a lot of time undercover.
Yes, sir.
So in doing undercover work, you pretty much have to become part of that lifestyle.
Yes, sir.
Do you learn the terminology that is common in the drug lifestyle?
You have to. You have to go in, be like going to Mexico. Eventually, if you're going to live there, you're going to learn how to speak the language. And if I'm going to convince somebody that I am another person that uses narcotics, somebody I want to sell to, or somebody that's distributing, I have to know the lingo, the language, the measurements, the amounts, what selling prices is, cut points, and such.
Now, is there terminology used in the drug culture that those on the outside of the drug culture would have no idea what it means?
Yes, sir.
What is, based on your training and experience and all this time you spent in undercover work, what does the term wet mean in the context of marijuana?
What's a description of a marijuana joint? It could be a couple of combinations. Most commonly, what's going to cause it wet is it being dipped in formaldehyde. It can also be laced with pencyclidine or PCP. There's two versions. They either call it wet or sherm, and that's generally what it refers to.
And before you were involved in narcotics, have you ever heard the term wet marijuana?
No.
Are you familiar with the term Purple Hearts in the context of the illegal drug culture?
Purple Hearts to me could have one or two meanings. It could describe two kinds of drugs.
And what are those drugs?
The first one would be MDMA or ecstasy. They're commonly referred to. MDMA is usually in a pill, looks maybe it's the size of an aspirin, and they put different designs and different color combinations on them to identify them. People that utilize that drug want to know if something's really good, pure, what kind of a rush it'll get. So people that develop that will mark almost like a trademark. And there is Purple Hearts is one of the things that go green trees, dollar signs, Lucky Charms, things such as that. And then the secondary meaning would be a type of marijuana that is a strain or cousin to the Purple Kush version of it. And it's called that because it has a purple tinge to it, the way they cross the plants.
Is that of course, Purple Hearts in the common world, the non-drug world, is something military decoration.
Yes.
And you're familiar with that from your military service.
Yes, sir.
But in the context of the drug world, it's one of those two things that you just described.
So, two things I've come in contact with, and there may be something else out there that I just didn't fall upon that name. A lot of times it also depends upon the region, the area of the country you're in.
Now, the Purple Kush you were describing is the second possible meaning for Purple Hearts. Is that a special type of marijuana?
It is. It's usually grown indoors as opposed to outdoor, which most of the cultivation in Mexico is outdoors.
Okay. Is it more potent than ordinary strains of marijuana?
It's reported to be by people who order it. That's why it has the particular signature name.
Judge.
Sustained.
Is it, of course, you've not taken it, I assume.
No, sir, have not.
Is Purple Hearts, through your work undercover and through law enforcement in general, is Purple Hearts type of Purple Kush, is that more desirable in the drug culture than regular marijuana?
That calls for speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
It would. I know it sells for higher price for the same amount. It would sell almost 3 times from what regular marijuana will.
Pass the witness.
Just a few follow-up questions. Ranger Pedigree, where did you go to college?
I did not attend college, sir.
You have a degree in chemistry?
Not a degree.
Well, did you take chemistry in high school?
No, sir, but chemistry was part of the class that I went to learn to cook methamphetamine by DEA. Their chemists are the ones that taught me.
I understand. Let me ask you, you were present during the search of Mr. Routh's house with the other ranger from Dallas County. Any paraphernalia that was collected, any type of something that appeared to be marijuana thing, was that forwarded to the lab for testing?
I'd have to check with Ranger Armstrong.
Did you forward something to the lab for testing?
I don't think so.
Now, I practiced a lot in federal court, and I did a lot of DEA cases. Anything in the past that you would seize that you thought might be something illegal, a controlled substance, that would have to be tested by a lab, is that right?
It's the only place I would send it.
Of course. You're not a chemist, are you?
No, sir.
And so you didn't send anything to a lab to be tested from his home, that'd be Eddie Routh's home on that day, did you?
Did I submit it? Is that what you're asking, sir?
Yes.
No, I did not submit anything.
You know if any other ranger did that?
Not for sure. I hadn't seen the reports.
And for something to be verified as being wet, it has to be tested in a lab, doesn't it?
Are you talking about something that no longer exists?
Sir, if there's marijuana that you have in your possession to verify that it's wet, you have to have it tested by a chemist, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
No further questions.
Pass the witness.
All right. You may step down. Any objection to excusing this witness?
He's not excused.
Okay, yep. Let me see the attorneys right quick.
Oh, yes, yeah. Sure, he doesn't stay up there.
The state calls Ranger Don Stoner.
Ranger, you've not been previously sworn. If you'll hang on for me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, you can have a seat in the black chair and scoot up to the microphone.
Morning, Ranger.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Don Stoner.
And how are you currently employed in law enforcement?
I'm a Texas Ranger, work for the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you been with the Texas Rangers Division?
Approximately 5 years.
And where are you currently stationed?
Cleveland, Texas.
Is that where you've been the whole 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And what areas of the state of Texas are part of your region?
I cover primarily Johnson and Somervell County.
And do you also assist some of the neighboring Rangers jurisdictions?
Yes, sir.
And before you became a Texas Ranger, did you have a prior work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell the jury how long and in what capacities you worked in law enforcement?
I graduated the DPS Academy in 1995. I served 10 years in the Highway Patrol. I promoted to the Narcotics Service, where I was there for approximately 5 years. And then I've been with the Rangers for the last 5 years.
All right. And did you have occasion to assist other Texas Rangers and other law enforcement in the investigation and evidence handling surrounding the killing of Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become involved?
I was contacted by Texas Ranger Danny Bryley, informed of the murder at Rough Creek, and I responded to the crime scene.
Okay. And so you actually went out to where the killings had occurred?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do once you were at the scene?
At the scene, I took digital photographs, crime scene video, and I assisted with the crime scene investigation.
And who was in charge of the collection and overall crime scene effort that was there?
Texas Ranger Michael Adcock.
And after you assisted with the crime scene, did you have occasion on later dates to also become part of the chain of custody for transport and handling of evidence which had been collected through the crime scene and other locations?
Yes, sir.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I want to show you what's been already been admitted. It states Exhibit 305, a pair of cowboy boots. You become involved in handling or transporting the boots that are part of State's Exhibit 305.
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become involved in that?
I came to the Erath County Sheriff's Office, where I collected the boots along with other evidence from Greg Stewart, and then I transported those to the DPS crime lab
And where was that DPS crime lab?
in Garland, Texas.
And specifically, of course, it probably applies to all the things that you handled, but specifically regarding the boots, Were you in possession of those all the way from Routh County evidence locker to the lab at Garland?
I transported them from Routh County to Glen Rose, where I locked them in storage overnight, and then I transported them the next day.
Okay. And then, once you got those things to the Garland lab, was there a protocol that you followed to transfer those items?
Yes, sir.
And what was that protocol?
There was an evidence form that was submitted to the crime lab, a chain of custody form.
Did you assist at all in the processing of the boots for collection of any type of evidence?
No, sir, I did not.
You just transported them?
Yes, sir.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
I have no questions.
All right, you may step down. You may. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've been advised by the attorney the next witness may take some time, and rather than interrupt that, we'll go ahead and take a break at this point in time, a morning recess. I'll let you have about 20 minutes. I know that every time I say 20, it turns into 30, but we'll try to stay with 20. We'll call it 10:20, 10:40. We'll be ready to go. We'll try to keep working. Remember my instructions regarding the case, no discussions.
Whose phone does this come from?
This was from Chris Kyle's phone.
So it's in his contacts?
Yes.
People he knows, people whose phone he would call regularly?
Yes.
Did y'all need this? You can print it. Okay. Then did you also determine whether there was a contact in Chris's phone, Chris Kyle's phone, with Eddie Ray Routh or his family?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again?
You may.
I'm going to show you 314 and 315. And are
Yes.
those also in the contacts in Chris Kyle's phone?
Yes, they are.
We don't receive the 314 and 315.
No objection, 314 and 315, Your Honor.
They are both admitted. States 314 and 315 are admitted.
And may I publish these to the jury as well, Your Honor?
You may.
314 has the name Eddie Ralph Marine in it, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a phone number associated with it
Yes.
over here. 315 just has the name Jody,
That's correct.
and then a phone number associated with this person, Jody.
Yes.
So you're going through Chris Kyle's phone, looking at his contacts, finding out the people that he, deemed worthy to put in the contacts, I guess.
Right.
So, and then did you also look at, in Chris Kyle's phone, voicemails received, and then also outgoing and incoming calls, particularly from the defendant, Eddie Ray Routh?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 310. Have you listened to that?
Yes, I have.
Actually listened to it this morning.
Yes.
And based on your forensic exam of Chris Kyle's phone, is that a true and accurate recording of the voicemails that were received on Chris Kyle's phone from Eddie Routh?
Yes, they are.
and also 316 and 311. And are these, is 316, is that based on your report and your examination of Chris Kyle's phone, that shows us the times and dates associated with these voicemails on State's Exhibit 310?
Yes.
311, does that show us the number of calls? Is it incoming and outgoing?
Incoming, outgoing, and missed.
Okay, between Chris Kyle's phone and Eddie Routh's phone?
Yes.
The dates and times associated with those as well?
Yes, it does.
Now, here at this time, we offered 310, 311, and 316.
No objection to 310, 311, and 316, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 310, 311, and 316 are admitted.
And may I publish these to the jury?
You may.
Mr. Schaefer, before we play these voicemails, I'd like to go over with you the dates and times that are associated with these voicemails. So I'm looking here at voicemail number 4 from the extraction report.
Okay.
Okay. You kind of explain to us what is it that we were looking at here. There appears to be a date in this first column, is that right?
Yes.
Now, there's something on there, there's a time that will say, like for instance, this first one, it says 8:13:34 p.m. UTC plus 0. What is UTC?
Uniform time code or universal time code.
Okay.
That's Zulu time, and basically it's 0.
Is that also known as Greenwich Mean Time?
Yes, it is.
And so do you have to do a little bit of conversion from UTC time to make it Central Standard Time?
Yes.
And what's that calculation?
And depending on whether you're on daylight savings time or not on daylight savings time, it's either -5 hours or -6 hours.
And at this time, when around this time frame, is it -6?
Yes, it is.
So if we want to know the time of this call on January the 26th, 2013, we would have to subtract 6 hours from 8:13 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
So this would be what time?
2:13.
Okay, in the afternoon.
Yes.
And so then here are we seeing who the call is from?
So from is the number, and that will always be in there. The name would not be in there unless there was a name associated with that number.
So the fact that there's a name associated with this number, does that indicate that Eddie Routh was in the contacts of Chris Kyle's phone?
Yes.
With that number?
Yes.
And then this will tell us the duration of the call.
That's correct.
20 seconds is this first one?
Yes.
And then I guess this is just the a file name. This is the audio file name associated with it.
That's the file name for voicemails, an AMR file.
And I'm just, what does this mean at the end where it says intact?
That tells you whether the message was deleted or not deleted.
Okay. So it was still on Chris Kyle's phone.
Yes.
So then, for instance, so this first one, we see this date and time, 1:26 at 2:13
Yes.
p.m. Central Standard Time. So we're doing. Then the next one was at
That would be 5:18 p.m.
5:18 p.m. on 1/28/13.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a very short call, just a 6-second call.
That's correct.
And again, these are all voicemails, so we would expect them to be short.
Yes.
And then the third one is
1:29. Be 4 p.m.
4 p.m. on 1/29.
Yes.
And then this last one is on 2/2/13, and that would be with the conversion to Central Standard Time,
That would be 9 a.m.
9 a.m. At this time, I'd like to play the calls for the jury.
You may.
Which file number you
So these are,
Sir, this is Eddie Routh, Jody Routh's son. I just giving you a call, Chris, and seeing how you're doing today. If you give me a call back, the number is 972-218-5328. Look forward to talking to you. Talk to you later. Bye. Hi, brother. Give me a shout, man. Talk to you later. Bye. Hi, man. I was just giving you a shout. I was just going to call you and talk to you about this jewelry day we're having. You know, it's kind of a sad day when it rains. You know, it's good, but it is sad. But rains will come and rains will leave. So I guess that's what they do. All right. Talk to you later. Bye. Hi, this is Eddie. If you could give me a call back, my number is 972-218-5328. Talk to you later. Bye.
so those would have been those 4 calls that we just looked at on this call log,
Yes, that's correct.
those voicemails. Now, State's Exhibit 311, I may have to address this a little at a time. Okay, now this is also, is this a call log from Chris Kyle's phone?
Yes,
Showing calls to and from the number associated with Eddie Ray Routh from Chris's contacts.
yes.
And so if we can kind of go through, and then how do we tell if it's Chris calling Eddie or Eddie calling Chris?
Well, in the first column there, it tells you what type of call it is, so it will say incoming, outgoing, or missed.
Okay, so outgoing, this would be who calling who?
That would be an outgoing call from Chris Kyle to Eddie Routh.
Okay, so he's calling Eddie on, let's actually, chronologically, it starts at the bottom, right?
That's correct.
So it starts on 128:13. Now here we see it says UTC -6. That conversion's already been done for us,
That's
right?
correct, yes.
And I'm gonna write that up here so we don't forget. So UTC -6 equals Central Standard Time.
Yes,
And then UTC +0 equals, we have to do that math,
yes,
subtract 6. Six hours.
yes, that's correct.
And so if we see the UTC -6, that's the actual time.
Yes,
So this first one, we've got 128:13 at 5:18 p.m.
yes.
And that's a missed call. So who's it missing? Is that,
It was a call coming from Eddie Routh, and the call wasn't answered.
okay, so it may
was
have
missed.
been one of those voicemails that we heard.
Yes,
Missed call coming in. And then we see, this is, the next one says outgoing, so is that Chris then calling the number associated with Eddie Routh?
yes,
So that's also on the same date, 128:13 at 5:29 p.m.
yes.
Then the next one is,
All-
again, would that be Chris calling Eddie?
Yes, also an outgoing call from Chris to Eddie.
Okay, just a few seconds later.
Yes,
Then we have
also outgoing from Chris to Eddie on,
about 45 minutes later,
yes, that's correct.
6:15 p.m. Now this one looks like from the time, about a 15-minute call.
Yes.
Then this next one is the next day, is that correct?
To 29th, yes. And that was an incoming call from Eddie to Chris, and it was a missed call.
Okay. That's probably that very short second voicemail that we heard.
Potentially, yes.
Then the next one is 2/1/13,
Yes, it's an outgoing call from Chris to Eddie.
7:49 p.m.
Yes. A 2-minute phone call was the duration. And then the next one up is on 2/2 the next day. That's also from Eddie to Chris, missed call.
That says 8:09 a.m.
Yes, it does. That one is also a missed incoming call from Eddie to Chris. What is that, about an hour later?
Okay, so this is on 2/2/2013.
Yes. And the next one is now an outgoing call from Chris to Eddie.
On 2/2/13
Yes,
at 9:27 a.m.
that's correct.
And that was almost a 4-minute call.
Yes,
And then this last one is also on 2/2/13
yes,
from Chris to Eddie.
yes,
And at 12:38 p.m.
that's correct.
So when we see 0, what does that mean? I mean,
Most likely unanswered call.
okay. Then you're also examining this phone that you've received, you've determined is associated with Chad Littlefield.
Yes,
Okay, so you're doing the same thing on his phone as well as Chris Kyle's phone.
that's correct.
Sticking though with Chris Kyle's phone, I'm going to show you determine from looking at all these phones that there's a woman with a number associated with a woman named Jennifer Weed?
Yes,
And did you determine that Jennifer Weed or Jennifer Weed's phone had been in contact with Chris Kyle that day on 2/2/13? I'm looking at, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 317.
yes,
So we can put that up here. What number is associated with Jennifer Weed?
um, 214-536-0605.
And based on your exam of Chris Kyle's phone, when did Jennifer Weed call Chris Kyle's phone?
There was a call on, or actually on 2/2/13.
At what time?
There was a 6:14 and 41 seconds p.m. and a 1:37 and 25 seconds p.m. And that's the correct time, already minus 6.
3:17.
No objection, 317, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 317 is admitted.
So we are up to two 13 at 1:37 p.m. is this one.
Yes,
And again, this is shows 0, so would that be indicative of a voicemail possibly left or an unanswered call?
that's correct.
And then the next one is at, same day, 2/2/13 at 6:14 p.m.
Yes,
And again, we know this is the actual time because it says UTC minus 6.
Yes,
Okay, so we're up here, this one is at about 137.
right.
Now, comparing both of these men's phones associated with Chad and Chris, were you able to pull off some text messages between the two of them?
Yes,
I'm going to show you states 312.
okay.
And based on your exam of both of their phones, does that appear to be an accurate representation of the text messages between both Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date and time of these text messages?
So you have February 2nd, 2013 at 8:30, 8:32, and 8:35.
And that's the
That's
UTC. so we got-
UTC 0, yes. So it would be 2:30, is that right? Yeah, 2:30, 2:32, and 2:35.
So around 2:30 p.m. on February the 2nd, the two of them are texting each other.
Yes,
We'd offer states 312.
No objection, 312, Your Honor.
312 is admitted.
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
So 312 are the text messages between, believe me, this is hard to do upside down. Chris Kyle's phone and Chad Littlefield's phone.
that's correct.
Okay, now which one is which?
On the bottom, yes, that one, that's showing a instant message from, so that's the number that sent it, which is the 1428 number?
Okay. And have you determined that's the phone number associated with Chris Kyle?
Yes,
So this is Chris Kyle, the 1428 number.
correct.
Okay, so he sends this text. This dude is straight up nuts.
Correct,
And then the second number is this Chad replying,
that's correct.
the 8808 number.
Yes,
And he says, sitting behind me, watch my six.
yes.
From your training and experience, do you know what that term watch my six means?
Just watch behind me.
Watch my back?
Yes,
And then the next one is Chris again, says got it.
correct.
Now, were you able to also from the exam of Chris Kyle's phone determine that other people calling into his phone that same day on February the 2nd, 2013, for instance, his wife, Taya Kyle?
Yes,
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 318.
okay.
And does that show the at least 3 phone calls from Taya Kyle to her husband, Chris?
Yes,
Let's go skip a step. I'll offer 318.
No objection, 318, Your Honor.
318 is admitted.
And so this is at, okay. I'm assuming you've also verified, we got it out through Mrs. Kyle when she testified, but through your examination, you determined a phone number from Chris's contacts for his wife, Taya.
that's correct.
And so you've determined that this is her calling his phone,
Yes,
Chris's phone. So we first see there's an incoming call, which means it was a successful phone call, is that right?
yes,
And that is at, from this number,
correct.
so that would be her number, calling him. This is his phone we're examining.
Yes,
This is February 2nd, 2013 at 3:07 p.m.
that's correct.
So we've already got the correct UTC minus 6. That's the correct Central Standard Time.
Yes,
And that was about a 31-second call.
correct.
Then we have her calling him, same date, 2/2/13. This is was at 5:18 PM,
Yes,
and that's a missed call.
correct.
And then she's calling again at 5:30, almost 5:31. And that was a missed call too.
That's correct.
And then we saw earlier in Chris's contacts, there was somebody referred to as Jody.
Yes,
And so then did you determine whether the number associated with Jody called Chris Kyle's phone on 2/2 of 13?
yes,
I'm going to show you states 319. And does that reflect that phone call from a person in the phone contacts as Jody?
yes, it does.
What is the date and time of that call?
February 2nd, 2013 at 6:06 p.m.
And was that a missed call?
It was a missed call, yes.
So this is Jody trying to call Chris's phone and it's missed
That's correct.
at 6:06 p.m.
Yes,
We'd offer states 319.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 319 is admitted. And you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So again, missed call from the number associated with Jody, 2/2/13 at 6:06 p.m.
yes,
And then switching over to your examination of Chad Littlefield's phone, were you able to determine whether a person that was in the contacts named Chet Kelly had called Chad Littlefield's phone that same day, 2/2 of 13?
yes,
And I'll show you states 320. Did you recognize that?
yes, I do.
And does that reflect the phone call from Chet Kelly to Chad Littlefield's phone?
Yes,
And what is the date and time on that phone call?
this one is February 3rd, 2013 at 2:16 a.m. UTC +0.
Okay, so we gotta subtract 6 hours.
That's correct. So it would be 8:16 p.m. on February 2nd.
Okay. We offer states 320.
No objection, 320.
States 320 is admitted.
I'll publish 320.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is to Chad Littlefield's phone.
Yes,
An incoming call.
yes,
Which means it was a successful call, someone answered.
that's correct.
To that number, that's the number associated with Chet Kelly.
Yes,
And his name was in the contacts.
That's
how it
correct.
Comes up.
yes,
2/2, this actually says 2/3/13, that's what you're saying, we gotta subtract 6.
correct.
So 2 a.m. minus 6 would be what, 8:16 p.m.
That's correct.
on 2/2/13 at 8:16 p.m.
Yes,
A phone call came in from Chet Kelly to Chad Littlefield's phone.
yes,
And just as far as other work that you did in examining these two phones belonging to Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield, there's a lot of other testing and information you got on those phones as well.
that's correct.
And then you also, at a later date, you said did an examination of a phone that was brought to you that was reported to belong to James Watson.
Yes,
And or were you able to do a forensic exam of that phone too?
I believe we did an exam on that phone as well. Yes,
Were you able to retrieve various text messages from that phone?
yes,
And did those include text messages between Mr. Watson and this lady we previously talked about, Jennifer Weed?
yes,
And did those include text on the date that we've been talking about, February 2nd, 2013?
yes, they did.
I'll pass the witness.
May I grab an exhibit, Judge?
You may.
I'm just gonna have a few questions for you. You must have hit that mandatory age 57 to retire from the Secret Service, didn't you?
50,
50? You're on the 50 mark?
almost.
Anyway, there is a requirement for law enforcement. If you become 57 years old, you have to retire when you're a special agent or in law enforcement with the U.S. government. Is that right?
Mandatory at 57.
And where do you work now?
PricewaterhouseCoopers.
And are you in Dallas still?
I am.
So you were assigned to the U.S. Secret Service off of John Carpenter Freeway in Irving for a long period of time?
Yes.
And that's really pretty close to Dallas FBI, isn't it? On One Justice Way?
It is very close.
I appreciate you being here today. I'm just having a few follow-up questions. I'm not going to go through every single one of the things that the prosecutor just talked about. So do your records indicate the last time Mr. Kyle's phone called Mr. Routh was on the 2nd of February 2013 around, was it around 12:30 p.m. or 1:30 p.m.?
12:38 p.m. on the 2nd.
Was there any other phone call from Mr. Kyle to Eddie Routh on that day, after that?
Not after that, no.
And then approximately 2 hours later, there's some interaction between Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Kyle, is that right? And that's been recorded on States 312, the texting. The text message from Chris Kyle to Mr. Littlefield?
Yes.
And that is documented as being the text from Mr. Kyle to Mr. Littlefield happened at 2:30 p.m. That'd be Texas time, is that right?
If it says -6, yes.
It does.
Okay.
I can bring, you want to bring the exhibit up there?
That's fine.
So, just to reiterate, this is Mr. Kyle. This is his impression of Mr. Routh. This dude is straight up nuts. And that is communicated to his friend, Mr. Littlefield, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Littlefield's response is, sitting behind me, comma, watch my 6. And then Mr. Kyle's response to that was, got it.
Correct.
And then there's other texting, phone calls, and things of that nature. I think Mrs. Kyle tried to communicate through talking on the phone, voice contact at 3:07 p.m., I believe you stated.
I believe so, yes.
Was there any phone call back from Mr. Kyle to Mrs. Kyle that you could see on your documentation?
Don't believe so, no.
And how long did that phone call last from Mrs. Kyle to Mr. Kyle on the 2nd of February 2013?
31 seconds.
The texting that happened between Mr. Kyle and Mr. Littlefield on February the 2nd depicted the States 312, which a jury can take back and look during deliberation. Did you see that actually on the telephone, or did you have to go back and look at the records itself regarding the text?
It was extracted from the phone.
It was extracted itself from the phone.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your being here today, and wish you the best. No further questions.
We just would like to offer, we've been writing here on the State's Exhibit 330, and we would offer State's 330 at this time.
For all purposes, Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection.
All right, States 330 is admitted.
I have no further questions from Mr. Shepherd.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. May he be excused subject to recall.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can return to Dallas.
Here, the state calls are Ranger Danny Bryley.
You were previously sworn on Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ranger.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Danny Bryley.
And Ranger Bryley, how are you currently employed in law enforcement?
Currently, I'm a Texas Ranger,
And how long have you been part of the Texas Rangers Division?
7 years.
And prior to that, did you serve in other capacities in law enforcement?
Yes, sir. I served in the Highway Patrol for 10 years.
And did you work elsewhere before that?
Yes, I served with the Somerville County Sheriff's Office before that for approximately a year as a jailer and a dispatcher.
And where are you currently assigned as your territory as a Texas Ranger?
Currently assigned in Stephenville, Texas, working Hood and Routh County.
And how long have you been assigned to this area?
To this area, approximately 6 years.
And prior to that, did you work as a ranger in other counties?
Yes, sir. I worked as a ranger in Waxahachie, Texas, in Ellis County.
And where all had you been posted when you were a DPS trooper for the 10 years prior to becoming a ranger?
I was posted in Cleburne, Texas, in Johnson County. I was in Parker County and also Erath County.
And did you serve as a sergeant of DPS here in Erath County for a time?
Yes, I did.
And what type of duties does the sergeant of DPS troopers carry?
A sergeant carries the responsibility of supervising the troopers in their area, and sometimes over the course of that period, you're supervising troopers in other areas of the state as well when different types of operations are being conducted.
Now, what kind of particular training and schooling do you go through in order to qualify as a Texas Ranger?
To qualify as a Texas Ranger, you first have to have 8 years law enforcement experience, and you have to have a proven work history with a strong work ethic and strong background in criminal cases. And the way you test to become a ranger is you take a written test, you take some mental and other physical tests, and you have to score in the top 10% of those in that process. And then you're subjected to a extensive background, and after that you're interviewed by several other Texas Rangers, normally ranking rangers, who interview you for the job. And if you're selected, you're appointed to your duty station.
And how many Rangers are there in the state of Texas?
There are approximately 150 Rangers.
Now, Ranger, in connection with your service as a Ranger, have you undertook specific training related to crime scene investigations?
Yes, I have.
What type of training have you been through?
Texas Rangers, I received an extensive amount of training in crime scene investigation, advanced crime scene investigation. They've sent me to a number of schools dealing with blood spatter. I was taught by University of Tennessee with blood spatter. I've also, as part of any crime scene investigation, interview and interrogation is another aspect of that. Received lots of training from the Rangers in that area, and as well as from national experts on this issue.
And as part of your crime scene investigation training, what types of techniques and procedures and skills do you learn through those specialized training regimens?
Well, you learn how to investigate the crimes from start to finish. You learn what it takes to find the truth and expose the truth and bring it to the people who ultimately decide what happens.
At the basic level, is crime scene investigation start with preservation of crime scene?
Yes, it does.
And what steps are taken in law enforcement, particularly when the Rangers are involved, to preserve crime scenes?
Well, fundamentally and basically, before we come into a scene, it's usually taped off with crime scene tape, as was this case. And if we are requested to investigate and assist, we take those steps. The first thing is that we don't want anything tampered with. We want it in its current state, and we want to methodically go through the crime scene, photograph it, video it, and determine what we can there, and then preserve that for scientists to conduct analysis, to analyze, and it's a continued process where we also are following up with the scientists, interviewing witnesses, family, so forth and so on.
Did you have occasion to become involved in the investigation of the killings of Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield on February 2nd, 2013?
Yes, I did.
How was it you came to be involved in the investigation of that case?
I was contacted by Texas Ranger Don Stoner. I was also contacted by a state trooper here in Stephenville, Routh County, and I was contacted by the chief deputy here in Routh County, Jason Upshaw.
And through those contacts, did you learn that it appeared there had been, that 2 men had been killed in Routh County?
Yes, I did.
What information did you learn about the location of these killings?
I learned the location of the scene was at Rough Creek. Initially, I didn't know where at Rough Creek, but soon after I did learn from one of the callers that it was at the Rough Creek gun range.
And what did you do in response to receiving this information?
Well, I learned from talking to one of the troopers that there were allegedly 3 people on the range, and that one guy was missing, and that he was driving Chris Kyle's truck. I learned that the truck might be a Chevrolet. There was issues on exactly the description of the truck, but with that information, also having knowledge of who Chris Kyle was, I was cross-referencing his name with the type of vehicle that he would be driving, knowing that there was one guy possibly driving his vehicle. I was notifying 4 different stations of where we have air support to set up a perimeter here in Texas, and so that we could converge on the suspect. The other thing that we were doing and that I was doing was looking for the black truck. My call was at 5:50 or 5:45 p.m. when I was actually contacted. So between 5:45 and 6:50 I was on the hunt for the black truck that Eddie Routh was driving.
Now, you're doing this, are you doing this through telephone communication to various agencies and law enforcement resources?
Yes, I was talking to numerous agencies, resources, our intelligence center, everyone that I could to, especially officers, to get the word out as to what we knew at the time, which was limited, and to explain the danger involved in what we were dealing with.
And while you were making these communications, were you also en route to the scene?
Yes, I was.
And where did you start from when you embarked on your travel to the scene?
I was in Granbury, Texas, actually at the Home Depot, and from there I basically took a route that would get me on to US 67 as quick as possible to possibly intercept the black truck. During that time I did encounter some large black trucks. However, none of them were was the one I was looking for. And proceeded to the route up US 67, turned left on County Road 2013, which is in Somerville County. Drove 5 miles down that road, took a right at the entrance to Rough Creek Lodge, proceeded through the roadway there, all the way through Rough Creek. Took a right on County Road 199, and the range was just a short distance from there, like 1/10 of a mile, the gun range.
Okay. And is that the shooting sports complex that is owned by Rough Creek Lodge?
Yes, it is.
And when you arrived at the scene, what was the state of the crime scene when you found it?
The crime scene, basically the state of it was that it was taped off. There were, I looked at the layout of this gun range to kind of get an idea of what I'm dealing with. Started looking at shell casings, number of weapons, number of guns laying out, boxes of ammunition, and of course, there were the two bodies there at the crime scene a short distance from one another. So from there, I was working both talking to external resources about capturing the defendant as well as analyzing the crime scene to determine what I needed to know when I would be able to use that information when I interview the defendant.
And who all was there at the scene when you arrived?
There were probably 3 or 4 sheriffs, Routh County Sheriff deputies. I believe I was the first ranger on the scene. A short time later, there were several other rangers.
Okay. So did you make a call out to other rangers in the neighboring counties for assistance?
Yes, I did.
And as you were, when you first reached the crime scene and made your initial walkthrough, what were you looking for at that stage of the investigation?
Well, I was looking for what happened, and there's a lot of things that can be told from a crime scene if you look at it closely and you apply your training and your experience. I was looking for struggles on the part of the victims, what type of movement that they may have had or not had during this incident. I was looking to see how many rounds were fired, if at all possible. I was looking.
Was that complicated by the fact that this was a shooting sports range?
Certainly, it's very complicated to work a scene at a gun range.
Okay. Go ahead. And so what else were you looking for?
So I was looking at the shell casings and the calibers of the shell casings. I was looking at the rifles and the number of handguns that were there. And then I was also looking at the gunshot wounds on the bodies. And through that, I was trying to determine what caliber of weapon was used in this. I was looking at blood spatter to determine the positions of bodies, whether there was passive blood spatter or there was directional flow, high velocity blood spatter. These are things that are indicative of what's happening. Some things you still do not know at the time because there's a lot of scientific testing that has to be done. But in general, you can get an idea of what happened.
Well, just let me ask you about your initial impressions of the scene. Based on your initial observations of the scene, did it appear that this crime scene involved accidental deaths or intentional killings?
Absolutely intentional killing. This was a brutal killing. There was no question that I was dealing with someone very violent on this particular matter. You know,
what indicators on the crime scene led you to that initial conclusion?
The gunshot wounds. I could see where the gunshot wounds were on portions of some of the bodies. There was quite a bit of blood, so I couldn't determine all bullet holes in the bodies, but a good number of them I could. And what was your question on that?
And so what in addition to the bullet holes that you were able to observe on these men and the wounds that they had suffered, what other indicators were at the crime scene that guided you to the initial conclusion that this was an intentional killing rather than an accidental death?
Well, you know, when you have this number of gunshots on a body, you can't accidentally shoot someone that many times. It just doesn't happen.
Okay. Did it appear that both of these deaths had occurred in the same transaction?
Yes.
Did you, as you were investigating the scene, did you have information that you talked earlier about the truck and all, but did you have information that there was a third party who had been at the range with these two men?
Yes, I did.
What early information did you have concerning the identity of this individual?
Well, the early identity I had was that he was possibly an expert marksman and combat vet. That's what I was initially told. Of course, I investigated that. So the initial information that I sent out to police around the state was that type of data, that he's driving a large black truck. In fact, I think I said a Chevrolet pickup, when in fact it's a Ford pickup, and that he's believed to be an expert marksman, combat vet.
Now, what led you to that belief?
You know, when you're receiving information initially from a number of sources, information gets convoluted in what the facts are, but whatever they are, you still have the duty to put it out.
Did the crime scene support that initial information of a person skilled with firearms?
The crime scene did support skill with firearms. There was no question that the person behind this had the skill level to shoot these two men as he did.
Okay. And based on this having happened in one of the counties in which you're posted, was it normal protocol for you to become the lead investigator on the case?
Yes, well, not necessarily the lead always. It's usually a request on the part of the sheriff's office or the district attorney's office or something of that nature that I would take the lead. And basically that is what happened. The sheriff's office requested me to take the lead on the case.
In fact, there had been a homicide in Routh County the night before.
Yes, there was.
And you'd worked that case?
Yes.
And the sheriff's department had worked that case?
Yes.
So upon the request of the sheriff's department, you did start taking control of the scene and the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, in reviewing, once you had done your initial inspection of the scene, what resources and assets did you call in to assist in preserving and processing the crime scene?
Within the Rangers, we have a crime scene team that we call upon in large homicides, and they bring a number of resources with them to process the crime scene. In particular, Mike Adcock was the lead for us on this case for the crime scene.
Okay, and so what resources did he have at his disposal in order to assist in processing?
Well, he had other Rangers to come with him, and of course with that team is all of our tools that we use to process crime scenes, the things that are used to collect the evidence, preserve it, and send it off for scientific analysis.
Now, since a suspect was not identified at the scene, are you having to run basically two types of investigation in parallel, the crime scene as well as identification, location, and apprehension of the killer?
Yes, sir.
While you're at the scene, assessing it, what steps were you taking in order to accomplish that other mission that you had, which is to identify, locate, and apprehend the killer?
You know, I'm going to have to object to constantly characterizing as looking for the killer. That's a job for the jury to determine.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
You bet. As you were working to accomplish your purpose of securing and the crime scene and then assessing the crime scene, what were you doing simultaneously in order to identify, locate, and apprehend the killer?
Well, I was looking up anything I could find from social media to anything I could cross-reference with Chris Kyle, and in the same process I'm trying to identify who Chad Littlefield is to see if there's a connection on his side with who
the perpetrator may be.
Now, but addressing that issue, and we'll continue, but how did you know at that point that one of the victims was Chris Kyle?
I was told actually before I got there that one of the victims was Chris Kyle, and then when I went to the scene, I recognized him.
Okay. And did he have identification on his person that one of the prior officers had retrieved?
Possibly so. I do not know.
Okay. Okay. And so since you were checking social media and using your resources, were you relaying information that you were learning to law enforcement in the region on what to be looking for?
Yes. And during that process, we received some phone calls, or somehow during that process, we found out Eddie Routh was the perpetrator, and the way that came about was through his sister, Laura Blevins, who he had apparently contacted himself.
All right, so the call had gone out to area law enforcement, probably the whole state of Texas. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
With modern communication tools, these get out. This information is going out quickly.
Yes.
And then so a call had come into, was it Midlothian? 911.
Yes, it was.
And they astutely put two and two together and relayed that information up the chain to you.
Yes.
At that point, had you been able to determine the identity of Chris Kyle's friend who was also killed?
I identified Chris Kyle's friend just about the time I left the crime scene. It was close to the time that Eddie Routh was under the sights of law enforcement, which was roughly around 7:50 p.m.
And how did you obtain information about Chad's identity?
I was in contact with a ranger from Lampasas at the time who was familiar with the fact that Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield were together. And through talking with that ranger, who was also in contact with the family on one of the sides, I don't know which, there was some descriptions of some tattoos that was given. And with those descriptions, I was able to say, yes, that is Chad Littlefield.
But Chad did not have any identification on him for initial determination of his identity.
That's correct.
But y'all worked quickly to try to ascertain who this victim was.
Yes.
Now, as you were when you learned that first learned that the name Eddie Routh had reported having killed two men in Midlothian, what steps did you take from there?
Well, once I learned he had killed was in Midlothian and reported that to his sister, my ultimate goal at that point was to go after him with all the resources that we have. I was contacting my SRT team. I was contacting ATF, SRT, SWAT from Dallas, and every potential resource that we could get a hold of to capture Eddie.
Okay, and were you, when you first learned it was him, did you know where he was?
I knew that he was between Midlothian, possibly Lancaster, and that he was en route to Oklahoma. That's the information I was given. So it was a matter of trying to still set up a perimeter at the time, but to get SWAT teams on standby so that when we did pin down his exact location, we would handle it.
And as you were, marshaling these assets in order to try to track him down and capture him, did you learn that he had been located?
I did.
How did that information come to you?
A Lancaster officer had contact with one of the sheriff deputies, actually Chief Upshaw, who was at the crime scene with me, and I also talked with the Lancaster officer and basically learned that Eddie Routh was back at his residence at 220 West 6th Street in Lancaster.
And what was the status of his pursuit by law enforcement at that point?
Well, at that point, he's There were no officers in pursuit. He had just pulled up to the residence, and they were going to try to hold him there and not allow him to leave. They were going to deploy spikes if he did leave. They believed that they could keep him contained right there in front of the residence. And the point was, if they could keep him contained, we would send other resources to them to help handle that situation.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock. It's time for the lunch recess. Again, lunch will be provided for you today. Remember my instructions, they apply at all times. Refrain from discussing the case even amongst yourselves. We'll take a 1-hour lunch. That seems to be working well for us since we're eating on site. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock and begin thereafter. You may be excused for your lunch recess.
Area where he went, we cannot know exactly the route, but we do know that the locations that he went to are represented in that area as depicted on that map.
You just know there could be other routes that he could have taken, but this would be the most logical, based on what you know.
It's possible that he could have taken a different route, but unlikely.
I have no objection.
State's Exhibit 200 is admitted.
Now, to be fair, this exhibit, together with what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 201, do they together make kind of an adjoining map?
Yes, sir, they do.
And these don't actually depict routes, they just depict locations.
That's correct.
We see highways and such, but we have not plotted out on this map at this time any specific routes.
That's correct.
Now, may the witness step down?
He may.
Now, this may be somewhat tricky, but with these maps together, could you point out just so it's clear, the physical relationship, could you point out where on this map Routh Creek Lodge is sure. Just easel, I don't think we'll hold both of them.
Do we need to move it up?
How many lawyers does it take to change a light bulb?
Let's move it up a little bit. There's the glare spot we want to avoid. Here, I'll hold this in.
All right, Ranger, just, looking at this, these tied together, can we straighten that out a little bit? Where on this map do we have Routh Creek Lodge depicted?
Here we have Routh Creek Lodge, bottom left. And then we have the distance to James Watson's house, which is now Bryley, Texas. And then we have Laura Blevins' residence, which is in Midlothian, Texas. And then Taco Bell in Red Oak, Texas. And then Lancaster, Texas, where Routh's residence was located.
And that specifically shows as marker here, 220 West 6th Street, Lancaster.
Yes, sir.
Now, granted counsel's point that we don't know specifically, we didn't have a tracking device on the defendant, we don't know specifically any back roads he may have taken. But if he went out the main entrance of the Routh Creek Lodge, which apparently they came on coming in, have you measured the distance it takes to get to Highway 67 from the shooting sports range?
Well, I've measured the difference, or the distance from the gun range to Routh Creek. And the gun range would be 1 mile from where the gun range is actually located to the gun range.
To the actual lodge part?
Correct.
Now, before you go to the next one, we can give some perspective on that. Looking at one of our exhibits that we've already introduced. This is an aerial photograph which has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 204, which you can actually see here the lodge. Is that right?
Yes.
And then we have the shooting sports range over here.
Yes.
So if you follow the roads from there to here, is that the distance you just described?
Yes, that's a mile.
It would actually be shorter if it flies.
Yes.
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
And Ranger, how long was that distance from the shooting sports range to the lodge again?
1 mile. Drive miles.
Okay, so, and then from there, what is the next distance you calculate?
The next distance was from the gun range to the Rough Creek Lodge entrance, to where you would be coming into the range, and that was 3.7 miles.
Okay, and the entrance is on which county road?
County Road 2013.
All right. Engineering, okay. So, can you? So we have from the shooting sports range to the county road, entrance for the lodge was how far?
It's 3.7 miles from the gun range to the entrance, and then 5 miles from the intersection of US 67 and County Road 2013 to the entrance of Rough Creek Lodge. 5 miles.
Okay, so we're looking at, I'm pointing with my finger here, this is the intersection of the Rough Creek Road and the County Road 2013, is that right?
That's correct.
So from the shooting sports range down there all the way up here was,
It's 5. It's going. I didn't tabulate that.
Okay.
It's going to be approximately 9 miles to that area.
now, going larger in our paths here is the cleanest way back toward Alvarado and Midlothian and Lancaster, is it through Highway 67?
Yes.
And is the path to that County Road 2013?
Is
From Rough Creek?
correct? Yes, it is.
Okay. So that eventually intersects with 67.
Yes.
Do you have information about how far it is then along 67 until we get to James Watson's house?
From the gun range to James Watson's house, drive miles 55.7 miles.
And that involves going down the road from the shooting sports range past the lodge to County Road 2013.
Yes.
Then from 2013 to 67, right?
Yes.
And then it's highway, following Highway 67 up through Cleburne and past Keene over to Alvarado.
Yes.
Now you leave Highway 67 to actually get to the address of James Watson's house, right?
Yes.
And then the information that you had through your investigation was he went, we don't know where he might have gone in between, but where was the next spot where we had Mr. Routh after James Watson's house?
After James Watson's house, the next stop was at Laura Blevin's residence, 219 South 9th Street in Midlothian, Texas, which was approximately 17.2 miles, correction, 16 miles from Watson's house to Laura's house.
Now, the ultimate destination is the Routh house, 6th Street, right?
Yes.
And we're not gonna oversell here and argue that we know everywhere he went in between.
That is correct.
But looking at State's Exhibit 235, which was admitted a few days ago, Taco Bell receipt, and was that Taco Bell receipt match the location being depicted on the map?
Yes, the Taco Bell receipt shows 410 North I-35 Service Road, Red Oak. The Taco Bell receipt shows 410 North I-35 Service Road, Red Oak, Texas.
And what time does that receipt show that somebody in that truck went through Taco Bell?
6:50 p.m.
Now, at that time, you were already on the scene back here at Routh Creek Lodge, were you not?
Yes.
And then the next stop is the house at Lancaster where we have him trapped. Right, the defendant's own house.
Yes, sir.
Now, through your investigation of this case for the hours, days, weeks, and months since then, have you ever found any information where indicating between here at Routh Creek Lodge, James Watson's house, Laura Blevins' house, Taco Bell, his own house, the defendant ever made contact with law enforcement by phone or other communication?
He did not, no.
What is the total distance from the gun range to the defendant's house?
The approximate drive mile distance is 105 miles.
Thank you, Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ranger, as you are traveling to Lancaster from the Routh Creek Lodge crime scene, are you still coordinating with people back at the scene to make sure the scene is being processed?
I'm still coordinating with people at the scene to find out anything else they might be able to tell me about the crime scene to aid me in the actual interview of the defendant.
Now, your purpose for going straight to Lancaster immediately, you've referenced it a time or two, is that to make contact with the defendant and see what you can learn from him about what happened?
Yes, it is.
Now, is it before you go in and interview someone who's suspected of a crime, what types of information do you try to gather to make that an informed interview?
Well, I try to basically learn anything I can about the defendant through the arresting agency, Lancaster Police. What did you experience? What happened? Tell me what you heard. So from that I can start understanding what the defendant's saying, the type of behavior that he's in or condition he's in. And so with that information combined with what I know from the crime scene, I take the approach that will elicit the most information from the defendant.
And what is the purpose of moving with some speed to try to interview the defendant? What type of information are you hoping to obtain?
Well, the goal is always in any major crime to interview the defendant or suspected person as soon as possible. The sooner you can interview them, the more and better accurate information you can obtain from them. It sets up the situation where, for example, if I interview the defendant a month later and he says, "I forgot," this starts to eliminate those kinds of excuses. You get there as quick as you can and you interview them so that you can get the best information from them, and they can't make excuses for, "I don't remember what happened that day," because we're talking about the same day,
Now, is it your hope that when you go in to interview someone suspected of a crime, that you go into that interview armed with as much information about the crime scene and other avenues of the investigation so that you know when he's telling the truth and when he's not?
Of course, yes, sir.
Now, besides arming yourself with as much information as possible, before you go interview a suspect in a major crime, it's not just sitting down and having a conversation with them. Is that fair to say?
Well, there is a lot to be said with having just a conversation with them. It's actually a very good way to approach them is with a conversation like now, just a very normal, soft, compassionate approach.
And are there, in your training to be in law enforcement, and specifically your training to be a ranger, are there methods or techniques that are taught and studied when it comes to interviewing suspects of a variety of types of crimes?
Yes, there's many thoughts on how to interview a person, and of course we receive the training we're provided through the Rangers and through other sources. We combine that into our experiences that we've had as either highway patrolmen or undercover narcs or whatever the case may be, and combine all that experience and training to the situations that we're dealing with.
And have you gone through specific training on interrogation or interview techniques?
Yes, I have.
And have you studied literature on interview and interrogation techniques?
Yes, I have.
And what are, just to give us a sample as lay people, what are, I don't want you to reveal all the tools that you use, but could you give us examples of things you might do to try to prod a defendant or a witness into providing more information or more truthful information?
Well, one of the best approaches is talking with the defendant truthful, not even lying to the defendant, which is a tactic that we could use if we wanted to. But the best approach is to deal with the person very straightforward, asking simple questions. There's all sorts of human defense mechanisms that a person will reveal about themselves when they're deceptive and they're not being truthful. And the truth is that when interviewing a person, in my position, you don't really care if they tell the truth or they lie about things, because either way, you're going to find out the truth through the science that you have or other interviews that you will have in the future in that investigation.
Now, when you have a case where you have two men and you're investigating potential homicide, death at the hands of another person, what kind of information are you trying to glean from a suspect when you interview him, someone you think has been involved in the killing?
Well, I'm trying to glean or ascertain from that person the actual details. Do they know the details about the crime? If they know the details about the crime that only the killer would know, it's pretty simple for me. When I'm talking to a defendant and they're telling me things that I know to be true, that's one prong of what I'm doing in there, is to get you to be talking about the crime scene. The other aspect is what they're saying truthful. Are they avoiding the question? Typically, you have to ask questions several times before you get the truth. Even a lot of times I ask the same question to get the truth. I expect to be lied to. Having worked a great number for several homicides, I don't typically experience anyone tell me right when I walk in the door that I did it and here's why I did it and this is when and this is how, and it just doesn't happen that way.
So it takes interaction and rapport building and things like that in order for you to persuade a suspect to come clean.
Yes.
Now you referenced avoiding or avoidance. What could you explain to the jury that's a kind of a term used within law enforcement in the interview techniques? What are you talking about when you reference avoidance?
Well, in our line of work, the number one human defense mechanism that we see is denial avoidance. And I can give you the definition for that. I actually have it here. And this is what we're looking for, and this is what I've been trained in. the definition for this number one human defense mechanism is pretends not to see or hear what is uncomfortable or threatening, won't comment on such topics, quickly attempts to end the conversation or change the subject. By denying culpability, is able to avoid overwhelming anxiety and psychological trauma associated with acknowledgement or confession of guilt. This is something that we see quite often. It's not uncommon. Murder is not, it's not easy to get confessions on that because it is a very large, serious crime.
So you expect when you go into an interview to start encountering these types of indicators of guilt, avoidance and such.
Yes.
Are there other indicators of a lack of candor that you're looking for when you go into an interview?
Well, there's very basic and simple observations that we can all make when we're interviewing someone, and that is when you're asking the hard questions, the questions that really matter, that all of us know, you should have an answer for, and you can't answer them. You pause, you don't even answer the question, or you back up and change the subject. And when I say this, I'm talking about the hard questions such as things that are against your own penal interest. In other words, you're having to talk about a crime you've possibly committed, such as drugs or your drug usage or your how you feel about this crime, things that are very hard to talk about. Who did you shoot first? Those types of questions.
And how do you respond, or how do you deal with a situation where those avoidance instincts become apparent in someone you're interviewing?
Well, first of all, you have to recognize it. And once you recognize it, because you've seen that they didn't answer it, it's a critical issue. You got to come back to it. You got to come back to it with maybe rearranging the question somewhat, find a different way to get the answer. And the way you continue to do that is through rapport building and talking and using the same types of words, the same themes that they use to make them feel like we've got rapport here. We're using the same words, same expressions, same tone of voice. These are ways that ultimately will get the truth. You never get all the truth, but you get a good portion of the truth.
And you reference the truth. What is the ultimate goal of using these techniques in an interview?
Well, the ultimate goal in using these techniques is to expose the truth and continue the investigation with whatever you find out through that interview, and find out, what they know. It's that simple.
Now, relating this to this specific case, when you arrived at Lancaster, had they already secured the defendant inside the facilities of the Lancaster Police Department?
When I arrived, they were, I believe, transporting him to the facility at the time.
Okay. So after you arrived, he then was brought over?
Yes, sir.
And what did the authorities do with him once they got him to the PD?
They put him in a room. I don't know particularly which room that it was that they put him in, but I do know that they eventually directed me to the room that he was sitting in for the interview.
And during that time, did you continue to gather more information about the crime scene as well as about the defendant?
Yes, that was at that time is when I was talking to the Lancaster authorities, finding out the very fresh information from the pursuit and what was happening there, what kind of statements he was making at that point.
Okay. And after you had prepared for some time, did you then eventually go ahead and interview the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And who all was involved in that interview?
Just myself was involved in the interview of the defendant.
So just a one-on-one interview?
Yes.
how did you approach introducing yourself and starting to visit with the defendant?
Well, the normal way, as I've stated, basically just like I am here. Hey, this is who I am. This is what my name is. And in this case, I said, hey, I know you've had a tough day. I'd like to talk to you. Sat down in the room with him, and from there proceeded to read him his Miranda rights. That's required by us when a person's in custody, that we do read the rights to them.
Now, you said you mentioned to the defendant that you know he'd had a tough day. What is the purpose of showing that kind of compassion to someone you suspected has committed a killing?
Well, the purpose again is rapport building. It's nothing more than that.
Okay. Once you had informed the defendant of his constitutional right to remain silent, did he agree to speak with you?
He did.
And did y'all talk about a variety of topics, including the facts of this case?
Yes, we did.
Did you encounter some of the notable instincts that people have in telling the truth as you interview the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain?
I would see, again, on some of the hard questions, blocking. It's what we call blocking is when a person is very close to saying something, but then they realize they better not say that, and that, again, tells me this is critical. I've asked you a question about this specific issue, and all of a sudden we're talking about something else. That tells me that I need to come back to that particular issue because apparently that's important to that person. I don't know why, but I need to go back to that situation and address it.
Okay. And when you encounter these blocking reactions from the defendant, what topics were you trying to discuss with him?
In this case, with this defendant, it was the hard questions of drug usage that day, and things very specific to the crime itself that was committed, such as I've stated, who was shot first, what happened, very, very basic questions.
Did he at times respond to your questions in a unusual, maybe even bizarre manner?
Yes, he did.
Could you explain to the jury some examples of how he responded to the hard questions you were asking?
Well, he responded several times in a very philosophical manner.
Excuse me, before we go into any of the statements made, we need to rule on objection that we had a previous hearing. You understand what we're talking about?
I do. That objection is noted and overruled.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could continue.
I noted that he responded in a very philosophical manner at times, and I was listening very closely to what he was saying and the words that he was using, because again, I'm going to try to use some of the words that he's using. I would hear some military terms that I'm very familiar with, and he would use these terms like souls, which I know from my line of work and also working with the military, souls to a lot of military is you're talking about life, but it's the way that he would talk was very, again, in my opinion, philosophical. And yes, some of the stuff I had no clue what he's talking about.
Were there things that you had no clue about at the time, which as you studied his communications, his family background, his telephone calls that you've learned may have had more meaning than you realized at the time?
Oh, certainly. I mean, I started post this interview, of course, I dove off into learning everything I could about him and his family, his fellow Marines, anyone that I could, to learn more about what's normal, what's the deal with this guy, that helped me to go back after the fact and look at this interview some more and understand it more.
And did you find him to be unusual, just in general terms?
I did.
Were there times when his responses to your specific questions seemed to have no logical connection to what you were asking?
Yes.
Could you give the jury some examples of specific questions that you asked and sort of illogical or strange answers that you got?
Well, initially, and I don't remember what the question was, he starts comparing pig shit to bullshit and things like that, things that was like, we're not talking about that. So what I would do to find out if he's just trying to play games with me or not was I'd start hitting him with very specific questions. And when I pinned him down on questions, he would answer the questions. And more specifically, I wanted to know, did you know what you were doing was wrong? And there's several times that I addressed this with him, and clearly he knew what he was doing was wrong.
Well, and
His answers.
you stated your purpose earlier is to find out the truth. Are you trying to determine the elements of whatever offense has been committed?
Yes.
Now, through all of your efforts to return with the direct questions, did the defendant confess to killing Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, he did.
Did he describe for you in enough detail to satisfy you how that was done?
Yes, he did.
Did the defendant address the questions that you posed about whether he knew what he had done was wrong?
Yes, he did.
And what did he state about that?
He stated he knew that it was wrong to kill them. That he wished he hadn't done it. That if he could apologize to the families, he would. That if he could have done it differently, he would have. That he was sorry for what he had done.
Now, Ranger, you referenced some of the direct questions you eventually asked him relating to drug use. What prompted you to have an interest in whether he had been using drugs?
Well, in my experience in the Highway Patrol for 10 years, I encountered a lot of drug activity in that time because I was working on interstate highways and coming across a lot of people either carrying contraband or under the influence of it. And so having done many interviews even back then during that time, I had developed the ability to recognize behavior that's not consistent with a normal person who's not under the influence. I also had the benefit of knowing that other rangers involved in this case were actually at his residence, and they were collecting evidence that was drug related.
Did you ask him about specific drugs, or did you just ask him in general about had he been using any sort of illegal substances that day?
I asked a combination of both, basically from marijuana to methamphetamine, what is it, type questions. And so I was very much listening to what he had to say. And he was giving me responses that were quite detailed and things that you sometimes hear in the drug world of the types of jobs that we do.
Well, specifically, the language that he was using that you relate to the drug world, what were his responses to your queries about his drug use? that day?
Well, that day, initially, it was very interesting that I asked him about marijuana usage. And his response was, well, first of all, I think it was,
Your Honor, at this point, I'm gonna have to object. This is not, he's not, following 3822 at this point in time.
Sustained.
And I'd ask you to ask the jury to disregard, that last statement.
Denied.
Well, Your Honor, we'll just do it. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 331. Have you had a chance to review that DVD?
yes, sir.
And the video contained on this DVD truly and accurately depict the interview that you conducted of the defendant on February the 2nd, 2013.
Yes, sir, it does.
Your Honor, I offer State's Exhibit 331.
Judge, again, would you renew our same objection that we had at the prior hearing?
Noted, no rule. 331's admitted.
Thank you, and may we publish?
You may.
right thing to do, so you know what I mean? What you say? The right thing and the wrong thing to do in the world. Yeah. There is certain things you gotta try to do. I just hope my mom and dad aren't too late to see it. Why this world? Why? Why didn't we see it coming before it's over? But you know what? You asked the question that always been asked many times. The world keeps going. Hey, close your eyes for me.
I have to talk to these guys about doing that. Still trying to find out all stuff, but,
Me too.
let me.
I'm trying to find out more about the world that I've been living in too. I never knew I was in this deep when I was looking at the computer screens when I was in Iraq. I never thought I was.
Sure.
I mean, you can look at, you know,
Yeah.
when you're looking at the screen, it doesn't make sense to you at the time, but then you really realize what's happening, you know,
Yeah.
like, it's astonishing, you know,
Exactly.
what?
Right. Well, since they have you in this building, and we'll talk about the government, the government wants me to read constitutional rights because you have all the protections and all, so I'm gonna read those to you, and then we can talk.
Well, the Constitution cares.
Yeah, let me just read that, and, we'll go from there. And, you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and any statement you make may be used against you at your trial. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any question. If you are unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any question. You have the right to terminate the interview at any time. You understand all the rights. I go around and talk to people a lot, and
I never knew counseling was more, you know, counseling between men and women needed to be more heavy in the world than it did, but when you're surrounded on all fronts where you began, you can't just start in one place, you know.
right. You understand those rights that they were talking about, right?
Well, I've been living with somebody with their hand on my ass my whole life,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
I'm not okay with that. That's not right.
Somebody doing that to you.
It's so sad how it had to happen and stuff, you know, and how it did happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
I just wish it would stop, you know. If there are world councils that can speak about this,
there has to be.
there has to be to keep people accountable,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
Evidently, you know,
You're right.
for stuff like this that people that you can't walk on the ground with because they never walked on the same ground with you, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I want you to know, I work for the Texas Rangers, and what we do is we investigate major crimes, homicides. We have all the resources that we utilize to look into those kinds of cases. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And I know what you went through today has been very difficult for you. And I want to talk about what happened. And you can start with when you woke up today and what happened.
Well, you know, I keep talking to Chris, you know. I keep talking to Chris is in my world. And seems like every time I talk to another man named Chris, I just get sent to another man named Chris. I think about talking to the wolf, you know, to the one in the sky. What? The ones in the sky are the ones that fly, you know what I mean? The pigs in the world. They can truly say they're pigs. I've been smelling it this whole time, you know. I'm just tired of everybody's fucking bullshit. I can smell bullshit and pig shit, you know. I can tell the difference between two different kinds of pigs. Shit. I don't know about how you can smell your shit. Well, I'm not trying to say nobody's shit stinking, but shit stinking, you know what I mean? mine back that I won't ever get back.
Where are you from, Eddie? I mean, I don't know you, understand that. I don't know where you're from.
I was born right here in this land, in Lancaster that we're standing in today, Lancaster, Texas. This is where I was born. Well, not born, but this is where I was raised.
Fine. And what kind of education do you have?
Just high school. I went to high school and I went and joined the Marine Corps. After I got out of high school, it wasn't the streets that I was turning for, it was the streets I was trying to come back to get. You know, our streets have not been straight here in Texas forever. You know what I mean? No town square. I mean, there's towns that are square and then there's towns that are fixed. And there's no real square town. There can be. There can be square towns around America, and there can be crooked towns. Sure. You know.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
I worked as a prison guard, and I worked on the gun, so it's like tit for tat, you know.
Yeah.
Who's saying who's right and who's wrong? You know, nobody wants to admit that they're right.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to admit that they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only man that can change it.
Yeah.
And that's why he's there behind my back right now.
Yeah. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
How did you meet Chris?
Well, he was the one that was protecting the schools, you know, from my mom. You know, my mom, she was a teacher. So,
School teacher?
no, I finally met the guy, I could tell him, you know, I smelled it for what it was worth, and I was like,
What's his last name?
He was a Kyle.
Kyle.
Yeah, he was Kyle.
And what's that other guy's name?
I couldn't even remember.
And when was the first time you met the other guy?
First time I ever met either one of them was yesterday. I didn't know who they were or not, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I knew who they were, but I didn't know, you know, who they were.
Okay.
It's very evident now who they were, because I'm obviously here on the top side of the world, so,
Yeah.
no.
Well, how did you meet them? Did you meet them at your house, or did?
They came and got me in my house, so.
And then where did they take you?
We drove down into the country out there, and then they went and did some shooting sports, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some. You know.
What kind of shooting sports?
Well, I imagine they're headhunters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to hunt everybody down. They did them wrong before, you know. I'm not trying to hunt down anybody that did wrong. Are you?
I try to be as reasonable and normal as I can.
I try to be as normal and as reasonable as I can every day, and I think about it every day, and I'm like, it's pretty damn reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm pretty damn fair.
Right. What happened out there today on shooting sports? What kind of guns?
I was reasonable and fair with them boys, you know. They looked at me in the eyes, and I looked at them in the eyes, and then
And what happened to them today from your perspective?
well, I can't just keep eating my soul up about this, you know.
You're right.
And you can't just keep letting people eat your soul up for free, you know. It's not what it's about. It's about having the soul that you have in you for yourself. people that are eating on my soul right now. I hadn't even been able to sleep. Because I've been waiting for them to come back and get my soul. Yeah. You know that feels. I understand. You know? Yeah. I just wish the world wasn't such a soulless place, you know? Sometimes it feels like there's no soul to the soup anymore, anywhere. I feel like I'm maybe writing down books and
Well, tell me what's happening out there. I mean, with Chris and that other guy.
well, you know, I've seen, you know, evidently the communism party wants to run rampant in America. Communism times are here upon us, you know. The Reds are already eating up all the Indians. We know that. It's tragedy. The ones that can't eat the Indians that won't, you know. So we're gonna have to have problems about. I can't see the, there's gotta be a common ground for us to work on at it better, so we can all get better, you know. There's gotta be common grounds. The warlords aren't very happy with me. I know that. Everybody knows that in town. I can start making things right. I mean, obviously.
You saw your sister today. And you told her something bad happened, right? What'd you tell her?
I told her I had to kill men today. It wasn't a want to or a need. It was a need. I had to get out of that situation I was in today. I mean, if not, I was going to be the next one that was going to be up there getting my head shot completely off, you know.
And how many did you have to kill today?
2. And I'd much rather put in work, you know, against it, but
When did you kill them with?
it was a pistol.
What caliber?
It was a 9.
It was a 9. Was this a semi-automatic or revolver?
It was just a semi-automatic.
What brand gun?
It was a SIG. It was a SIG sour, you know.
What did you do with that gun?
Well, still on that truck, that's why I couldn't, you know, when I pulled back into town, I didn't feel like I could talk to Jesse or anybody like that. Nobody wanted to talk to me about what was right to do. Everybody wants me to do the right thing.
Sure.
But nobody wants me to pay for it.
Right.
I know what's right. Everybody wants me to live for free out on these farms that are high fenced and stuff, and just shoot for a living. Well, I mean, I can keep shooting for a living.
How many times did you shoot them today?
A couple few shots were fired.
How close were you to them?
I was right up close to them. I didn't mean to be so close, but
Did they know you were going to shoot? They didn't know? Why do you think that?
because their training wasn't as good. My training's been better, you know, my life.
Who did you shoot first?
The ones that I could identify with it better, you know, clearly identify. matter of playing chess with my life. It's not about playing chess pieces in life. I mean, it is about playing chess pieces in life, obviously. The chess holds the power.
Right. Was there a time today you used any drugs?
Yeah, I did use some tobacco today.
And some other kind of drugs? That's true, right?
Pure adrenaline, yes.
Yeah.
I've been running on pure adrenaline for a couple days now straight. This is one of the first time I've got to feel safe was up here at this police station.
Right.
With more police around me.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at your eyes a little bit constricted. I thought maybe you might have used some methamphetamine or something today.
I have not.
Oh, you have not?
I did not.
Okay. Have you used
That's
it?
why I've been having such a hard time sleeping, because I haven't been taking drugs. And I can't sleep at night. Well, who can sleep in that world? The Sandman keeps winning, you know what I mean? I tell what I know is right to get out the front door. Well, it just keep coming back in my ass. 5 me some more. Yeah, tell them, you know.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Eddie, have you ever used methamphetamine before? Never?
Drugs are what's bringing us into these wars anyways. I know it is. It's about what drugs can get done the fastest by the quickest. Drug lords will. It's not about that. It's about getting everybody healthy together. You know. You can eat souls when you're down here. You know, the ones that you're given. But you can never make any more after the true souls are gone. You know, once all the true souls are gone, you're fucked.
About what time did this happen today out there in your range?
I don't know, maybe around 2 o'clock or so.
And after you killed them, what did you do next?
I fled. I didn't know what else to do. My adrenaline was so high, I didn't know what was right, I didn't know what was wrong. I mean, I know what was right now that I left, you know.
Where were the keys to the vehicle you drove away in? You remember? Show me your finger.
Well, the keys were in it, you know.
Your keys are in it?
No, the keys were in it.
Oh, the keys are in it.
Okay. So it was never really like it was, you know, took it. The keys were already in the truck. It was, yeah, pretty much given to me, so.
What did you do with the gun that you had? I mean, did you take it with you into the vehicle and then drive away? Yes. Did you feel bad for doing that? Yes.
Yes, sir.
You know, what you did today is wrong, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir. keep covering it up forever.
That's the reason you fled, Routh, because you knew it was wrong?
Well, I knew that there was certain shit that was wrong about it.
Some of that certain shit was killing him, you knew that was wrong. Right?
Right.
And you knew driving away, taking that truck was wrong. And where did you drive to after that?
We felt so right, should have just stayed.
Are you asking me, should you have stayed? Yes. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. You know, these men, they're heroes.
Right.
You understand that? Ultimate heroes.
Right.
They've been protecting you and me
For a while now.
for a long while.
A lot longer than I was thinking.
Yeah.
I guess I need to be doing more thinking in this town
Yeah.
than hurting people.
Right. Was there a bomb, like a drug bomb, in some of your stuff?
Tobacco.
Is that what was in the bomb? Is that true or not? I don't know. You know, you have to be truthful with me. If it wasn't, just be truthful. What was in that bomb?
I'm adding there's probably some pot in there too, you know, a little bit of pot.
All right. And what else?
You know, shit you can't trust anything in Texas with weed in it, because it's usually laced up, you know, laced up so fucking tight with different drugs.
If yours was laced, what do you think it would have been laced with?
Probably some of that wet, or, I don't know, could have been anything.
What do you mean by that? Could have been wet? What?
Could have been any kind of particular drug that was put in weed, you know.
Where did you get it?
I hadn't bought any in a while.
Had you used it today? You had?
Yeah.
And you're being truthful with me?
Yes, sir. I smoked a little bit today.
Okay.
I've been trying to relax. Nothing's been relaxing me. The only thing that was helping me was pot. You know, that it was growing here and helping me. Now that I've got so many abandonment issues and trust issues here that I don't know what the fuck to think, you know. I've been having these problems in my town since I was growing up, you know, since a boy. I'm trying to fix this shit that's wrong in our country right now.
What did these guys say to you today? When you were with them, what did they tell you?
They didn't really talk to me about much, you know, they were just, you know, talking about a common man, you know.
Yeah, tell me what they said to you.
Well, you can't walk around as a common man in a world of shapes, you know.
Is that what they told you?
If that's what the world is seeing, yeah.
I want you to tell me
Or a
verbatim.
mistake. I'm not a mistake. I'm tired of missing out on my life because of this shit.
I want you to tell me what these men told you today, these heroes you were with. Tell me what they told you today.
Well, you know, they're telling me about, you know, like stuff they've done, stuff they've experienced and stuff. Well, I've already seen that stuff on the other side of the pond.
You have?
Yeah. And I came back to this one and it's happening more and more rapid, even more here in Lancaster than anywhere, you know.
And how are they helping you today?
Who's that? Which man?
The men that you killed, how are they helping you today? When they were talking to you?
Talked to me pretty shitty about it, you know. Pretty shitty.
What did they say?
And neither side was being nice about it, you know.
Did you do any target practicing today?
I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, you know, I loaded up a 45 and I shot at it. You know,
What kind of distance?
wasn't a distance or anything, but it was out there a little ways, you know, it wasn't far. But still hit my mark when I was needing to hit my mark true, you know.
Absolutely. What else did you shoot today?
Oh, damn, out.
Okay. What kind of 45 was it you shot? Did some target practicing with?
It was, I guess it was like a revolver.
Was that gun used to shoot anyone today?
A revolver. No.
All right. What other kinds of guns did you target practice with today?
Well, there's a bunch of other ones out there, fully autos out there, and I never shot any of the targets though. You know.
Mhm. those bunches of other guns you mentioned, did you shoot anything with them?
No, I left them for what they were. So we're meant to be here for some purpose. You know?
Yeah. Was the other guy named Chad?
Yeah.
You remember that to be true, right?
Yeah.
Where did you shoot him?
So is there any way I can see my parents yet? Did they make it in yet?
I had not heard.
Anybody heard about them yet?
I haven't. I haven't heard that.
You talk up there and see if they've heard from them?
Sure.
I'd like to see them, see if I can at least hug my mom. One last time, you know?
You want to do that because you know she did wrong today. You shot Chad and Chris, right?
Yep.
You feel bad about that? What's your dad's birthday?
9/30/87. I gotta get these cuffs off the back of my neck. Before I keep strangling my fucking damn stuff. The wall ain't that thick in here. Or heavy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Is there anything you'd like to say to the families?
Yeah, I'm just sorry for what I've done. You know? We can work this out.
Okay. You mean that, don't you? I'll be back.
So I was wondering about my mom and dad, are they in town yet, or?
I will check with Jesse. And see. Got tired sitting there. When he comes back, I'll go up there and check with Jesse and see if he heard how close they are all the way up.
Okay. And they're gonna get these branches taken off?
Yeah.
Just like sit down more comfortably?
At this time, not like that. I know that they're uncomfortable.
They got loosen a little bit. I was from earlier. Or? What? Comfortable as hell, right? Never mind, he's a doctor. That's all he wears. They feel better than tennis shoes. Sometimes they do. I'm on my floor smoking. She wore so much they used to stink. Yeah. Sometimes she got Routh. You done had a little cold, I guess. Yeah, but I need boots on for a minute. Yes, they look like. Yeah. Ooh. Chris, if you don't know anything, know this. I said, if you don't know anything, please know this. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I am here too. I'm glad we're talking to you. I know. I really want to get those demons out your head. I know you do. I want to go get help for this. I do. Okay? I wish I could get you civil breaks off. I know, but I can't make that call because although you're a guest in my house, somebody else is pulling strings.
had some things I wanted to clarify with you. The 9mm, the SIG that you said you used to kill him with, is that your personal SIG?
No, that was the other guys.
Okay.
So,
All right. What did they do after you shot them? Can you explain that to me?
they lay there and they weren't breathing anymore. So,
Okay. About what time did that happen?
you know, the 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And then you left and you drove to your sister's house? And you talked to your sister and you told her what you did. Was there some other guns in that same vehicle you were in? Did you ask your sister if she wanted to see those guns? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I did.
Why did you want to show her?
Just wanted to see her,
Okay.
you know.
All right. Let me ask you this. You have stated to me that you would like to say you're sorry for what you've done, like to the families. What would you say to them if you had the opportunity to talk to them right now?
I tell them I'm so sorry for what I've done, and if I could have done it differently, I'd have done it so much differently. As soon as these handcuffs went on me,
The clothes that you have on now, where did you get those?
from my home,
What were you wearing today out there when you, at the gun range? That's what you were wearing? You didn't change clothes? No. Can you think of anything else you would say? No. Can you think of what that marijuana was laced with? What is wet? What was it wet with? Probably some purple words. You know. That came out right? It could have been from out, that's what we've been, yeah. Well, I'm gonna step out of here and, get these guys to get back with you, all right? I told you where your family's at. Quality counts. Yeah, that's where your family's at. And you know there's some families out there grieving, right? And you know the difference between right and wrong, right? Yes, sir. You do. Okay. All right, let me, see if I can go see what these other guys are doing, okay? Is there any way they can talk to me about maybe? You talk to me about when they come over here, okay? Okay. Do you have a cell phone or anything like that yourself? Do you have it on you? Do you know your phone number? What is that? Can't remember off the top of my head. You tried to run from the police, right? Is that right? I heard him talking to you, trying to get you to give up. heard them saying is, just come get out. Surrender, right? Why weren't you compliant? Because of what happened? Okay. Good. What do you want to tell your mom? I love her. What do you tell your sister? I love her too. Do you wish you said it never happened? You seem like you won't cry about it. I do a little. I see the water in your eyes. Yeah. If you could take it back, you would? You notice any blood on your boots? A little bit. Have a seat, sit down, and I'll have somebody come over here and get you, okay? Okay.
Mr. Nash. Mr. Moore.
Release them on Tuesday, I'm just trying to get all of them. You might be able to smoke a cig or something, got a second fresh air, maybe that might help. As soon as I get a hold of them, they'll come in here and kick it up with them, see what they say. Okay. something about being football game. Right, go to Subway, although they not have to work extra hard to work that off. Sure that. See, you don't look like you have any problems. You still young. Once you get over 35, way different. Yeah, your life and family is screwed up, and next thing you know, you gotta do extra time in the gym just to get it off. I miss the days I could sit down and eat a whole thing of ice cream. No problem. Yeah. Yeah, we called him on the phone. There was a tank
So is there anybody we can talk to about getting these cups off and let me get a smoke, or?
That dude just left. That's who we're gonna be doing all the talking to.
Well, I might go outside and smoke one, I guess.
What?
Might have to go outside and smoke some, so.
You didn't get no cigarettes.
I have some for long. It's only a matter of time, you know.
Where you gonna get cigarettes from?
They're coming.
Again, you get some little ice cream coming too?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm like, almighty.
You know, you got plenty to eat on there. I don't got, you know, nothing to eat on, you know. I mean, none of my soul today. Everybody just keeps eating off my soul, so. To that, I say, fuck y'all. Y'all can eat my shit and die. Try to eat my soul.
You about to stick?
Eat shit and die. When pigs fly, eat shit and die. It's kind of their part, you know. You know, I didn't know the times were going to be moving this fast, but like, the world is very rapidly expanding this quick and moving so quickly. There's still good people.
Yeah. Yeah. Few and far between, but.
Top Morrow counts up. So, just saying. Remember that.
What's that?
Top Morrow.
Top Morrow?
Top, yeah, like tomorrow's count for everybody in this world.
Who's staying with you over at the house on 6th Street?
Who was?
Yeah.
Or who is?
Who is?
My mom still is.
Oh, she just goes out and visits
She
your
just
dad?
goes out to visit my dad every once in a while, you know.
What are you doing, working on the oil rigs or something?
He's working.
And how long?
He's working for a living.
I know you couldn't find anything around here and got that gig.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot easier to work out of town than it is to be working in town. You know?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 3:21. Let's do a 20-minute break, so that's plus 20, with 3:45. If we'll be ready, we'll start back. You're reached at this time under my instructions. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. You may proceed.
Now, Ranger, now that we've watched the interview that you conducted on the defendant, just a little housekeeping. Prior to you coming on view on that video, had you talked to the defendant at all?
No, sir, I had not.
So had any promises or threats been made to him regarding him giving you a statement?
No, sir.
Now, we heard at times when you had stepped out of the interview room, we heard a third voice. Could you identify who that third voice was?
Officer Logan, Lancaster Police Department.
And what was he assigned to do while you were out of the room tending to other matters?
He was assigned to stand at the door and make sure the defendant did not leave the room.
Now, Ranger, you questioned the defendant regarding potential drug use. Could you explain to the jury what prompted you to ask those questions?
One reason is I had information from the Rangers who were actively searching his house that there was drug evidence there. So that's one reason. The other reason is the mannerisms and the way that he talked initially to me in the conversation led me to think that I need to start quizzing him about, drug activity and those sorts of things. So that was another reason. And then another reason is the fact that the killing occurred. Why would someone, what causes a person to do this? Where's the mind in a killing like this? So it was a natural question for me to ask. And once I initially started asking about it, I immediately saw the deceptive behavior. So I knew it was a critical issue to explore, and that's what I did.
Now, what deceptive behavior are you referencing that you observed in that interview?
His behavior initially was when asking him about the drug usage it was initially in a pause. He's pausing, and then he says yes to the question of using drugs, but calls it tobacco. So it's like a 2-for-1 answer. It's like a yes and a no, and it's like, okay, this seems important. So I started using other methods to find out what it is that he was using. And eventually he would begin to say the things that you've heard sprinkled throughout the interview.
Now, you repeatedly came back to the issue of drugs throughout the interview and got more detail. And ultimately, we heard the defendant state that it could have been formaldehyde with which the marijuana was wet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you, based on your training and experience in law enforcement, are you familiar with the nature of formaldehyde as an additive?
I have came across and learned about this formaldehyde in previous experiences while I was in the Highway Patrol.
And is it something that is metabolized differently than other things?
The metabolite, that I'm not aware of as far as how it goes through the system, but I do understand from my training that it's a gas and that it's something that we're probably not going to be able to test it and get a formaldehyde result. It's a gas.
Okay. Well, that brings me to my next question, series of questions, Ranger. The crime you were investigating at the time was capital murder, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that an intoxication-based crime?
No, sir.
Did you, in consultation with the district attorney and others, consider whether it was prudent or even feasible to ask a court for a warrant to obtain a sample of the defendant's blood?
That issue was very much discussed, and yes, with the district attorney. And the conclusion was that he had made the omissions that he made, repeatedly talked about the drug usage. There's no reason to doubt that he's lying about that. That's a statement against his own interest. The other thing was the testing and being able to do that, we've discussed. But also voluntary intoxication is not a defense to prosecution. I mean, that's the law. So whether he was intoxicated, high, under the influence, any of those things didn't matter. What mattered is, did you do it? Did you know what you were doing was wrong? And can we prove it?
Okay. So the decision was made not to request a warrant for a sample of the defendant's blood?
That's correct.
Was there concern that there that the defendant had described ingesting or taking items which would not have been detected through testing?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Based on the interview that you had with him and him describing a variety of different things such as wet or Purple Hearts, was there concern that a test would not be complete if it were performed?
That's correct.
Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Ranger, I'm going to show you some exhibits. I'll show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 321. Go ahead and take a look at that. Now, without going into much detail about what it is that something you came into the same custody of in connection with this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
How is it that you came into the possession of this item?
I received this from Ranger Ron Pedigo, which he obtained this from the vehicle that Eddie Routh was in.
The 2008 Ford pickup belonging to Chris Kyle?
Yes.
And after he delivered it to you, did you maintain continuous possession of it in your office?
Yes, I did.
And did you bring it here to court this week?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 321 and its content.
objection.
State's Exhibit 321 is admitted, being the envelope and its contents being the wallet.
Okay, now that we've got it in, Ranger Bryley, could you describe for the jury what that wallet is?
Okay, this wallet is the wallet of Eddie Routh. Contains military credentials here on the front and various other items, receipts.
Okay. And how can you tell it's Eddie Ray Routh?
Well, I can tell because it has his military credentials
From the Marine Corps?
from the Marine Corps.
Does it have an identification card issued by the state of Texas as well?
It does. It has an identification card from Texas, Eddie Routh.
And then does it have various other documents?
It does. Various other documents, receipts, and pay stubs.
Ranger, just so for the ease of not having to tear all that completely apart, I want to show you what's been previously marked as State Exhibit 322 through 329. Are these true? You know, at some point while you had possession of this, you took out the contents of this wallet and photographed them, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Are these true and correct depictions of the documents that you pulled out of that wallet?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, state offers Exhibit 322 through 309, or 329.
I have no objection.
All right. State's Exhibits 322 through 329 inclusive are admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Ranger, let's just go through now we've seen the wallet physically, which is depicted in the State's Exhibit 322 in the same bag, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we see in State's Exhibit 323, we see a close-up. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now we'll just Exhibit 324. Is this everything from the wallet spread out on the table?
It's not everything from the wallet. There's, yes, that appears to be a number of contents from the wallet, but I can't say that that's all of them.
Okay, well, Exhibit 325, that's some closer up of some of the contents of the wallet.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 326. Up the top here, right. Up here, while my finger is pointing, is that the military ID you were referencing earlier?
Yes, sir.
And is this the Texas identification card?
It is an identification card only.
Okay. Down here, we see something from the employment office.
Yes, sir.
And down here, we've got some receipts. What are these documents here?
Those documents are pay stubs that he had received from P&T Manufacturing Company.
And we see here, let's see if we can clear. We see some dates on some of those. Is this document here, is that one of the pay stubs?
It is.
Or am I seeing the date correctly? 1/17/13?
Yes, you are.
And then one next to it is 1/10/13?
I believe that's correct. If you could zoom in, I could. It appears to be 110.
We have some from November up here.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 327, closer up of his ID and military credentials.
Yes, sir.
Now, State's Exhibit 328, what do you recognize that to be?
That is a hunting license from the Parks and Wildlife Department.
Okay. Does it indicate on there the store it was purchased from?
I can't tell from that picture. Academy store? Yes.
This is clear, and when we're not,
From the Academy store in Dallas.
That AF button is an autofocus. Oh, dial over there on your zoom dial.
And then State's Exhibit 329 is at the back of the same
Yes, it is.
license? Logo here, the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that appear to be a signature right below it?
Yes, it is on the back side of the hunting license.
Whose signature is it?
Eddie Routh.
Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
I've got a few questions for you. I'd like to start off by kind of establishing a timeline. Would that be beneficial for the jury, you think?
It's your questions.
Well, according to your investigation, Ranger Bryley, one of the first significant events was Uncle James comes over to Eddie's house that morning, correct?
That's correct.
And about what time would that have been?
Approximately 8 o'clock.
About 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm not saying that's when he was at Eddie's, but that's when he would have left for Eddie's.
Okay. What time do you think he might have gotten to Eddie's?
Probably about 9.
About 9?
Yes, sir.
Then we'll change this to 9, okay? 9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And we know that Chris Kyle at some point in time called Eddie, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time that would have been?
He actually called him more than once that day. The last phone call that he would have had to Eddie was 12:30 something. I don't know the exact time on that.
Okay. And shortly thereafter would be when Chris Kyle came over and picked up Eddie. Would that be correct?
Chris Kyle left with Eddie about 1:07 p.m.
Okay. Left Eddie's house?
Yes, sir, with Eddie.
We'll put CK for Chris Kyle and ER for Eddie.
Chad Littlefield, he was also with them.
And Chad, CK and CL. So about 107, and we know sometime in between 1 and 2 here, number 1 and number 2, that there was a bowl or two of marijuana smoked by Eddie and the uncle.
Exactly what I was told is 30 minutes prior to getting in Chris Kyle's truck.
Okay. So that would have been around noon, or around, yeah, around 12:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we know for a certainty that right at 2:30, text the text by Chris Kyle to Chad Littlefield that he is straight up nuts was about 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And the other thing that we know significant now at 3:15 p.m., Frank Alvarez talks to Chris Kyle in the lobby of the Rough Creek Lodge, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess they discussed going up there to the shooting range. But we know that at 3:15 or around that time, that Chris Kyle is talking to Frank Alvarez. They're already at the Rough Creek Lodge, and that Chris gets back in the truck and they proceed up to the firing range. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And we know that at about 5 p.m., that's when the employees of the Rough Creek Lodge, about 5, find the bodies. Correct?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay. And we know that at about that same time is when Eddie goes by Uncle James's house in Alvarado. Would that be correct?
Yes, Eddie is at Uncle Watson's house by 5 for sure.
Okay. So that's about the time that they're finding the bodies out at Rough Creek Lodge.
Yes, sir.
And then we know that at 5:45, Eddie goes by his sister, Laura Blevins. Is that correct?
That's a possible approximate time frame. I don't think that's exact.
Okay, what in your investigation, what time would it have been?
Well, it's probably anywhere from 5:30 to 5:50. I mean, it's an approximate.
Okay. It's not out of the ballpark.
No, it's not.
Okay. And then we know that she called 911, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's really the catalyst for the Rangers and the police to know that the suspect is Eddie Routh, correct?
That's correct.
And we know at 6:50, Eddie is at Taco Bell in Red Oak, Texas, correct?
Yes. He's in the drive-through.
He's in the drive-through. And we know from your report at 7:53, Eddie's sitting over there in front of his house in Chris Kyle's truck with the Lancaster police surrounding him.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And about 8:30 p.m., Eddie is arrested. That's about when the truck pooped out there and the police arrested him. Correct?
I don't know the exact time, but that's relatively close.
And we know at that time on the video that the jury just watched is accurate. You walk into the room to confront Eddie at 11:30 p.m. that night, correct?
Yes. 11:25 is actually when he's in the room and the recording is turned on.
So at 11:25, Ranger Bryley is with Eddie Routh in that interrogation room we just saw.
That's correct.
Now, you have testified, Ranger Bryley, that you were gathering information while you were over at the Rough Creek Lodge. You discovered that they had Eddie Routh in custody, so you headed to Lancaster, Texas, correct?
That's correct.
And you were gathering information as you were driving, correct?
I was continuing to gather information at that time, yes.
And some of that information was information about Eddie Routh, correct?
Yes.
Because you wanted to use some of that information when you went to interrogate him, correct?
Yes.
And did you have the information that Laura Blevins, the sister, when she called 911, she was hysterical? Did you get that information?
I got Laura Blevins' sworn statement when I arrived to the Lancaster police station, read her statement and her husband's statement, Gaines.
Well, what I'm talking about, Ranger Bryley, is when she made that telephone call, 911, and she said, Eddie has been by here, he's psychotic. Did you have that information?
No, sir. Well, I did see a TV that was already, showing comments on television. So I had that information, but not the 911 call.
Did you have the information that she had told 911, Eddie told her, I had to take their souls before they took mine? Did you have that information?
I didn't exactly have the dictated version of the 911 call, but I did have a sworn statement that contained the information that she provided police and rangers.
But that's accurate information, isn't it?
I believe that's accurate.
And did you testified that you were listening as Eddie was talking back and forth with the Lancaster police, correct?
That's correct.
And that was mainly a conversation he was having with Jesse Chavera, the detective, correct?
I actually don't know which officers he was talking to. I do know that that is one detective that was there on the scene.
Okay. So did you have the information at that point in time that Eddie was saying things like, I don't know who I can trust anymore, Jesse? Did you have that information?
I didn't have that particular. No, I did not have that.
Did you have the information that he was telling them there's no trust in this world anymore? Did you have that information?
I don't recall that one.
Did you have the information that during the time that he was talking to the Lancaster police, he told them, what's my job in society right now? I don't know what it is. Is it to kill all the people who are doing bad in the world? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told the Lancaster police, it's just happening so fast, I don't know if I'm going insane? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told the Lancaster police, is this about like hell walking on earth right now? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told the Lancaster police, I've been trying to have faith all day, and right now I just don't know what's right or wrong in the world? Did you have that?
I didn't have any of those versions dictated to me.
Did you have the information that he said, is it voodoo?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told the Lancaster police, I've been watching it on the news for weeks, or 2 or 3 days now, anarchy has been killing the world? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that when he was with the Lancaster police out there, he said, these last couple 3 days, everything's getting so crazy around here, I don't know what to do. Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told them, is the apocalypse on top of us right now? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told them, I don't understand who I can trust anymore, I can't hold anybody accountable for it?
No, sir. No.
Did you have the information he told Jesse Chavera, the detective, I can feel everybody feeding on my soul a while ago, that was not good? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have the information that he told them, I've been having panic attacks all day, I don't know what's happening in the world right now? Did you have any of that information when you were on your drive from Rough Creek Lodge to Lancaster?
The information I had was that he had anti-government views and a possible drug problem.
Okay, so you didn't have all of that information.
That's correct.
Did you were on the phone with the Lancaster police though at the time, correct?
Yes.
And what were y'all discussing?
Well, I was on the phone listening to the negotiations with Eddie Routh, and I was only hearing one side of it from the Lancaster police, and this is from an open phone that I'm listening to this with. So I had that I heard, but the meetings and the information that I learned about Eddie beyond that point was actually at the Lancaster Police Department when the Lancaster officers met with me, Rangers met with me, and all those involved in assisting us with the investigation.
While you were driving over there to Lancaster from the Rough Creek Lodge, and according to your testimony, you were gathering this information about Eddie. I believe you gathered some information that he was a sharpshooter and a combat veteran, correct?
I did not gather that at that time. That was early on in the investigation where things were being told that maybe weren't exactly accurate, that he's a sharpshooter and that he's a combat vet, and these sorts of things were flying around. Some of it's from unknown sources.
What's a BOLO?
It's a notification to the surrounding officers in Texas that, hey, this is the information we have right now, and use caution. This is all we know at this point.
Be on the lookout.
Yes.
You put in there, be on the lookout, he's a marksman and a combat vet.
I did put that out, yes.
Okay. Did you also have information at that point in time, since you were gathering it, that he had been released from the VA hospital 8 days before this incident? Did you have that information?
I had information that he had some problems with the Lancaster police, that he was suicidal.
No, that's not, yeah, but what I asked you is, did you have information at that point in time that he had been released from the VA hospital 8 days before this incident?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you have information that he had been diagnosed as a psychotic state of mind, with a psychotic mental illness by the VA hospital 8 days before this?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know that he had gone to the Green Oaks Hospital prior to being admitted to the VA hospital? Did you know that?
Not at that time.
Did you know at that point in time that he had been prescribed antipsychotic medication by the VA hospital?
No, sir.
Did you know that that your rangers found antipsychotic medication in his home when they searched him?
I knew there was medication in there, but exactly what it was used how it was used to treat him, I was not aware of that.
Did you have information that prior September he had been admitted to the VA hospital and been diagnosed with a psychosis? Did you have that information?
No, sir.
Did you have information that prior to that, in July of 2011, he had been admitted to the VA hospital and diagnosed with a psychosis? Did you know that?
No, sir.
Did you know in August of 2011 that he had been admitted to the VA hospital and diagnosed with a psychosis, and in each of those times been prescribed antipsychotic medication? Did you know that?
No, sir.
So you went to the Lancaster Police Department, got there around 11 or 11:15, is that correct?
I don't know what time I got there, but I got there in time enough to develop as much information as I could with the other officers helping out.
And your purpose was to interrogate Eddie Routh about this incident, correct?
My purpose was to expose the truth.
Your purpose was to interrogate Eddie Routh, wasn't it? That's why you went there, correct?
No, I would not say that I went there just to interrogate. I went there to interview him, and if I needed to do other things, use other resources, other experts, that I would do that. I didn't know entirely what all I would do except ascertain the truth from him as much as I could.
Well, you knew he was a suspect, correct?
Yes.
You knew he was in custody, correct?
Yes.
You knew, according to the law, that if the suspect is in custody, that you have to read their Miranda rights to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know that they have to understand those rights, correct?
Yes.
You know that that the suspect who is in custody, after he reads his Miranda, you read his Miranda rights, he has to not only understand them, but he has to knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive them to talk to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you feel that that's what Eddie did when you sat down to interrogate him, correct?
I know through all my training and experience that he understood his rights, and that what he stated is admissible, and that he did knowingly, intelligently waive his rights.
Okay. And all this is on the video. They eventually take it back and look at it themselves.
Yes, sir.
And you have been to schools and training sessions to learn techniques about the art of interrogation. Is that what you testified to?
I've been through interview and interrogation training.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And they certainly teach you that the person that you're interviewing has to have the mental faculties to understand what's going on, don't they? That's a bad point. In other words, when you sit down with any suspect, you've got to determine whether or not he understands everything that's going on around him, don't you?
Well, certainly I'm going to have dialogue with a person to see if we're both talking the same language, are we understanding each other? And it's a pretty simple task to perform. That's what I do when talking with someone. And certainly if there's some mental aspect to it, I've been trained in that as well.
Okay, but when you sat down and talked to Eddie, you didn't know anything about his prior trip to the VA hospital or his prior diagnosis of psychosis or prior prescription medication for antipsychotic medication, did you?
That's correct.
You thought you were dealing with somebody who was being philosophical, didn't you?
Not just that. I was well aware of some strange, weird behavior. And in fact,
did you know about did you talk to Officer Salazar with the Lancaster Police Department about what Eddie was saying after his arrest? Did you know any of that?
no, sir. As I stated, I had information of anti-government views and possible drug problem. The details of what he had told officers was limited.
Okay. But you go in and y'all talk about it, it's a rough time, correct?
That's correct.
And you tell him that I just want to sit here and visit and talk to you about it and see what I can do. That's what you tell Eddie when you're interrogating him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you about taking off his handcuffs, and you said, I'll talk about it. And then he volunteers, without being asked a question, he says, me too, I need to find out more about the world I've been living in too. I never knew I was in this deep when I was in Iraq. I never thought I mean, you can look at the screen, it doesn't make sense to you at the time, then you realize what's happening, You're like, it's like astonishing, Is that what he said to you?
He did say that.
And so you go, well, we'll go from there. You didn't ask him to explain or what he meant by that. You just went right into reading his Miranda rights, correct?
I responded to everything that he said. And when I needed to direct the topic on what we needed to be talking about, I did so.
And so you read him his Miranda warnings, which are the typical, right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you in court. And then you ask him, you understand all that. I go around and talk to people. When you asked him if he understood his rights, he said, I never knew that counsel was more, counseling between men and women needed to be more heavy in the world than it did. But when you're all surrounded by all fronts, when it begins, you can't just start in one place, That doesn't make any sense, does it?
It's some of that, what I've already discussed, that I don't have a clear understanding of everything that he's saying or why he's saying it, more importantly.
But it just doesn't make any sense, does it?
It seems nonsensical.
Right. And so you just don't even go into it. You say, well, you understand those rights. You're okay with talking with me. And his response to that is, I've been living with someone with their hand up my ass my whole life, you know? I'm not okay, that's not right. And you respond, somebody doing that to you. And Eddie says, so sad how it had to happen and stuff, how it did happen. I just wish it was stopped, you know? Aren't there world councils that can speak about this? And you tell him, well, there has to be. Did you know what world councils he was talking about?
I don't know for sure. I mean, he could be talking about important people, but you know that this is trying to guess what he's talking about.
That wasn't an answer to your question, though, was it?
No, he, like I said, he oftentimes would not answer the question.
Well, then you say, he tells you that there have to be councils to keep people accountable. And stuff like this that people do, they can't walk on the ground with you. They can't walk on the same ground with you. You know what I mean? And you say right. And I assume you're just playing along with him, correct?
Yeah, and this is all at the initial stages of the interview, and I'm certainly going along with whatever he's going to talk about, and I'm going to grab a hold of whatever themes he's talking about, and then develop a plan to get down to the truth.
He's just not making any sense, is it?
That's true.
You tell him, I want you to know I work for the Texas Rangers, and what we do is we investigate major crimes, homicides. We have all the resources that we utilize to look into these cases. You understand what I'm saying? And he says, right. And you say, and I know what you went through today has been very difficult for you. I want to talk about what happened, and you can start when you woke up today and what happened. And his answer was, well, I keep talking to Chris, you know. I keep talking to Chris's in my world. Seems like every time I talk to another man named Chris, I get sent to another man named Chris. That didn't make any sense either, did it?
Yeah, that's some of the denial that I'm talking about. Denial.
It's denial.
Yes, denial avoidance.
He says, every time I talk to another man named Chris, I get sent, oh, I'm sorry. He says, I think about talking to the war, the one in the sky. I think about fighting through the war, you know. Did you ask him what he meant by that?
No, he likes, for my investigation, to say shocking things.
Well, that just didn't make sense, though, did it? Wolf in the sky.
Yeah, he says things that are, to him, means something.
So he goes on and says, the ones in the sky are the ones that fly, you know what I mean? The pigs in the world, they can truly say they're pigs. I've been smelling it this whole time. I'm tired of everyone's fucking bullshit. I can smell bullshit and pig shit, you know? I can tell the difference between two different kinds of pig shit. I don't know how you can smell your shit. I'm not saying anybody's shit stinking, but shit stinking, you know what I mean? Y'all hadn't talked about any pigs or anything like that, had you?
We had not.
So you don't respond to any of that. You say, and what exactly happened today after you woke up? And Eddie responds, look, I'm finally getting rest, peace of my mind, you know, peace of my mind back that I won't ever get back. That wasn't an answer to what happened after you woke up, was it?
That's correct.
And you ask him, what kind of education do you have? And he responds, just high school. I went to high school, then I went and joined the Marine Corps right out of high school. And he continues, it wasn't the streets that I was trying for, it was the streets I was trying to come back and get, you know. The streets have not been straight in Texas forever, you know what I mean? No town square. There's towns that are square and there's towns that are fixed. There's no real square town. There can be. There's square towns around America. There can be prairie towns. There was no response by you, correct? I mean, you didn't ask him, What the heck are you talking about, straight towns or square towns?
Did you say prairie towns a minute ago? Because he refers to crooked towns, square towns and crooked towns.
Okay. But that still, that wasn't an answer to your question, was it?
It was a philosophical talk, and he's still avoiding talking about what we're there to talk about at that point.
That's your opinion.
That is my opinion.
So what'd you do in the Marine Corps, you asked? I worked as a prison guard and I worked on guns, you know, tit for tat. He continued, who's saying who's right and who's wrong? Nobody wants to admit that they're right. Nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. I'm the only one that can change it. That's why these are behind my back right now, referring to as handcuffs. Is that philosophical? In your mind?
He's just not answering the question.
Okay. Then you talk about how he met Chris, and he says he was protecting the schools, you know. He responds, when I finally met the guy, I could smell him for what he's worth. I was like, you didn't ask him what he meant by that, did you?
It sounded like, it seemed like he's angry. You know, he's angry at that point about Chris.
When he said I could smell him for what he's worth, he was referring to Chris Kyle, wasn't he?
In this part of the investigation, that's true, and then we've heard the same towards Chad.
And then he says he was a Kyle, doesn't remember the other guy's name. Then a little later, he asked her, just a few seconds later, what kind of shooting sport? He responds, well, I imagine they're headhunters, you know, trying to hurt everybody down who did them wrong before, get them all, or something like that. I'm not trying to hunt down anybody. Hunt down anybody what I did wrong, or you. Did you ask me what he meant by calling them headhunters?
I didn't feel I needed to. It appeared to me he's setting himself up for a self-defense.
Okay. Y'all talk about y'all are both reasonable, normal. And you ask him, what happened out there today? Shooting sports, what kind of guns? And he responds, I was being reasonable with these boys. They looked me in the eyes and I looked them in the eyes. Is that correct?
That's what he says.
Okay. And then you ask him, what happened to them from your perspective, correct? You want to know what his perspective of the situation was, didn't you?
Yes.
And he responds, well, I can't just keep eating my soul up about this, you know? You can't just keep letting people eat your soul up for free, you know? It's not what it's about. It's about having a soul that you have in you for yourself. I've still got tons of people that are eating on my soul right now. I haven't been able to sleep because I've been waiting for them to come back and get my soul. You know how that feels? That doesn't really make a lot of sense either, does it, Ranger Routh?
He's talking about you know, he's having a rough time. You know, things aren't good in his life, and there's a few other explicitives that other words that you left out, but he's having a rough time, or at least that's what he's conveying to me at that point.
And you respond by telling him, I'm understanding. And he says, I just wish the world wasn't such a soulless place, you know. Sometimes there's no soul for the soup, or something about sleep anymore, and writing down books. That didn't make a whole lot of sense either, did it?
No, sir.
And you say, well, tell me what happened out there when you were with Chris and that other guy. And his response, and that's a pretty straightforward question, isn't it? Tell me what happened.
Yes.
Well, you know, he says, I've seen evidently something about the Reds are eating up all the Indians. The Communist Party wants to run rampant in America. Talks about common ground work to do, so we can all get better. There has to be common ground. Then he says the warlords are not very happy with me. I know that. Everybody knows that in town. I can start making things right. I mean, obviously. Did you ask him what he meant by the warlords?
I did not.
You just said, oh, you saw your sister today. You told her something bad happened, right? What did you tell her? Didn't you ask him that?
I did.
Okay. His response was, I told her I had to kill men today. I had to kill men today was his response, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't a want to, it was a need to. I had to get out of that situation I was in today. If not, I was going to be the next one out there getting my head shot completely off, you know. That was what he told you, he told his sister, correct?
That's correct.
Y'all talked about the caliber of gun, and it was a 9. Then did you ask him, what did you do with that gun? And he tells you it's out in the truck. When I pulled back into town, I didn't feel like I could talk to Jesse or anybody like that. Nobody wanted to talk to me about what was right to do. Everyone wants to do right things, but nobody wants me to pay for it. I know it's right. Everyone wanting to live for free on these farms that are high fence and stuff and shoot for a living. I can't keep shooting for a living. That didn't make any sense, did it?
That's just his statements.
Okay, I understand. You asked him how many times you shoot a day. He says a couple, a few. Talk about how close you were. I was right up close. Then you ask, well, who did you shoot first? The one, he told you, the one I could identify with better, you know, clearly identify. I knew if I did not take out his soul, he was coming to take my neck. Or something like his was sure gangster gonna take one of my souls, one of his gangsters, kid gangsters. I'm just tired of playing chess with my life. It is not about playing with chess pieces in life. I mean, it is about playing with chess pieces in life, obviously. The chess holds the power. Did you ask him what he meant by any of that?
I did not.
Then you talk about some drugs, and he said he used some tobacco. I assume that's when you say he's avoiding the issue, correct?
When what happens?
When you ask him, was there a time today you did any drugs, used any drugs?
Yes, he's actually kind of engaging in blocking at this point when his response is, and you can watch it on the video, yeah, I did use some tobacco today. That's his first answer.
And then he tells you, you ask him in some other kind of drug, that's true, right? And he says, pure adrenaline, I guess. I've been running on pure adrenaline for a couple of days now straight. This is the first time I got to feel safe up here at the police station with more police around me. That's what he told you, wasn't it?
Yes, he did.
He felt safe at the police department because there were police around.
That's what he said.
Yeah, you asked him if he's done some methamphetamine, and he emphatically denies that, doesn't he?
He does.
And after that, he explains to you that that's why I have been having such a hard time sleeping, because I haven't been taking drugs. I can't sleep at night. Who can sleep in that world? The Sandman winning always. I tell you, what I know is right to get out the front door, but it just keeps coming back in my ass to bite me some more. Did you ask him what he meant by that?
No, I figured out what he meant by that.
But you didn't ask him.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you asked him some more about, have you ever used methamphetamine before? And he looked for a while and he said, drugs are what brings us into these wars. I know it is anyway. It's about what drugs can get done fastest by the quickest drug lord. It's not about that. It is, you know, you can eat souls. You can never make any more after one true soul is gone. Once all the true souls are gone, you're fucked. That was his response to that, wasn't it?
Yes.
You asked him about what time they get to the gun range. Said, what did you do after you killed them? And he said, fled. I didn't know what else to do, did he?
He did say that.
My adrenaline was so high, I didn't know what was right or wrong. Then he says, I knew what was right. I left, you know. So he thought he was doing the right thing at that point in time, didn't he?
I would disagree with that.
But that's what he said, isn't it?
You can read that two different ways, but I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, and again, it's in evidence. The jury can form their own conclusion, but that's what he said.
Yes.
I knew what was right. I left, you know. Correct?
Yes.
You said he felt like the vehicle was pretty much given to him, correct?
Yeah, he said it like that.
And so, you asked him, do you feel bad? Excuse me. And he said, yes, sir. Said, you know what you did today was wrong, right? Do you understand that? He said, yes, I do, correct?
Yes.
Went up above him. He had already said what he felt he was doing was right, didn't he?
Yeah, I know it was right now that I left, you know. He says that.
Then you ask him, what do you think should happen? And he says, I couldn't keep it covering it up forever, and that's the reason you knew it was wrong, you asked him. He said, I knew there was certain shit wrong about it. Wasn't that his response?
Yes, it was.
And you said that certain shit was killing. You knew it was wrong, right? And he goes, right. And you knew driving away, taking that truck was wrong, and where did you drive after that? And he says, well, if it was so right, he asked you if he should have just stayed, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And you told him, well, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Then y'all talk about the marijuana that's so prevalent. You asked him about, do you know what was in the bong? Truth or not, I don't know. Do you know? You have to be truthful with me if it wasn't just be truthful. You asked him what was in that bong. And he says, I imagine there was some pot too, a little bit of pot. Tells you can't trust anything in Texas with weed in it because it's usually laced with different drugs, laced up tight with different drugs. Correct?
He says it in other terms, but he's talking about the drugs being laced up and that you can't trust what you're receiving.
And then you asked him what, and he said probably some of that wet, or I don't know, it could have been anything, didn't he?
He did say that.
He didn't say, he said it could be anything. And you say, what do you mean by that? It could have been wet. And he says, any kind of particular, the drug was put in weed. And you say, are you being truthful with me? And he says, yes, sir, I smoked a little bit today. I've been trying to relax. The only thing that was helping me was pot, helping me. And now I've got so many abandonment issues and trust issues here, I don't know what the fuck to think, you know? I've been having these problems, since I growed up, since a boy. I try to fix what is wrong with our country right now. That doesn't make any sense either, does it?
That's correct, and you skipped some portions, but yes.
What did I skip?
I asked him, where did he get it, referring to the drugs?
Oh, yeah.
And his response was, I haven't bought any in a while.
Right. Okay.
And then there was more discussion about have you used it today.
Then you want to know about what you guys talk about. You asked them, tell me what they said to you. And his answer was, you can't walk around as a common man in a world of mistakes. That didn't make any sense either to that question, did it?
It might make sense to him and people who know him,
Okay.
not necessarily to me at the time.
And you asked him, is that what they told you? And he answered, if that's the way the world sees me now as a mistake, I'm not a mistake. I'm tired of missing out on my life because of this shit. That wasn't an answer to what they told you, was it?
That's correct.
Did you know Chris Kyle before this incident?
Just knew of him, not personally.
Didn't know him personally?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you say, well, tell me what these guys told you. And he says, well, they were telling me about, stuff they've done, stuff they experienced, stuff I'd already seen on the other side of the pond. And you said, you have? And he said, yeah, I came back to this one, and it's happening more and more rampant, even more here in Lancaster than anywhere. Did you ask him what the happening was that he meant?
I agreed, just listened to him at that point. I didn't ask him a question. I did interpret what he said.
And they talked, he told you that they talked to me pretty shitty about it, pretty shitty, correct? And that neither side was being nice about it, And that you talked to him about target practicing and y'all talk about, there was a bunch about the guns that were out there. He said there were a bunch of others out there. I never shot any of the targets though. And you say, well, the bunches of other guns you mentioned, did you shoot anything with them? No, I left them where they were. What we're meant to be here for is hunting for purpose, You ask me what he meant by that?
I did not.
That didn't make any sense though, did it?
It's strange.
Then he asked me where did he shoot him, referring to Chad, and he doesn't answer. He talks about if he can see his parents, correct?
Yes.
And he says, I'd like to see him, at least hug my mom one last time. And you say, do you want to hug your mom, do you want to do that because you know you did wrong today? And there's no answer. You immediately ask, you shot Chad and Chris, right? And he goes, yeah, correct?
Correct.
And you ask, you feel bad about that. What's your date of birth again? Because he doesn't answer. He answers, I got to get these cuffs off the back of my neck before I keep strangling my own damn self. The walls aren't that thick in here or heavy. You know what I mean? And you say, well, I know what you mean. But obviously we don't know what he means by that, do we?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he's talking and what we have learned is Eddie being Eddie. He's talking about the handcuffs being behind his back. It can cause like a strain on your neck when you've had handcuffs behind you that long. So for a person to say, you know, they're about to choke or it's around it's hurting their neck or, you know, whatever the words were he used, it's really not that far from being what any of us would say.
And especially about the walls ain't that thick in here heavy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's showing his anger at that point, in my opinion.
And he asked him, is there anything you'd like to say to the family? And he said, yeah, I'm sorry for what I've done, you know, we can work this out. And you leave the room and come back and you come back and ask him a few more questions and you say, okay, all right, let me ask you this. You have stated to me that you would like to say you're sorry for what you've done to the families. What would you say to them if you had the opportunity to talk to them right now? And he answered you, I'd tell them I'm so sorry for what I've done. If I could have done it differently, I would have done it so much differently, correct?
Yes, that was said.
Okay. Then you ask him about the clothes that he's wearing, and he tells you that the clothes he had on was what he was wearing at the gun range, correct?
Yes,
That he didn't change clothes, right?
that's correct.
Then you go back to the subject of the marijuana. And you ask him, can you think what that marijuana was laced with? Wet, what was it wet with? And he says, probably some purple, and do you know what he said, purple what?
Purple Hearts.
Purple hearts. And what are purple hearts?
There's different terms out there on the street. There's purple haze, there's purple hearts, could mean LSD, is what purple hearts could mean. There's also purple haze meaning the same thing. So it depends on who you're talking to on the street as to the real identification of drugs.
Could have been just a grade of marijuana. Correct?
It could have been.
And you say after that, well, was it formaldehyde? And he said it could have been formaldehyde. That's what we've been, you know. And then you step out of there. Besides that, there is absolutely no evidence of any kind of marijuana laced with anything that you found.
Yeah, the only evidence I have in regards to his drug usage is the admissions that he makes in the video.
Okay, in other words, you didn't find, they found a little marijuana in his house, correct?
That's correct. There was marijuana, there was drug paraphernalia, items of that nature, but
And there's no formaldehyde in there, is there?
my understanding is there was no foreign substance detected in the lab reports.
So when we talk about all this formaldehyde, number one, there is no evidence of formaldehyde, is there?
Well, as I stated, the admissions that he makes on tape speak for themselves. The evidence that we do have, I believe you've seen that.
And Uncle James said that the stuff that they smoked earlier that morning, it was just good marijuana. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware. I interviewed James like 5 or 6 times.
Okay. And you end up asking him, you know the difference between right and wrong, and he says, yes, sir, correct?
That's correct.
And then you talk about the blood on his shoes. So that was about the complete interview wasn't Ranger Bryley?
You skipped a large portion, but those are accurate. Yes, sir.
Okay. So all those things that we covered, all those statements by Eddie, in your opinion, he was just dodging the questions, just being evasive?
Well, my opinion is that the way it starts out is strange and weird. Obviously, there was indications that he was being deceptive, but there were some unusual statements, statements that don't really surprise me either, coming from someone that may be under the influence of a drug or alcohol or some other substance.
Well, let's get to that. Did you smell alcohol on him?
No, sir, I did not.
And you were close to him, weren't you?
I was.
So you didn't smell a bit of alcohol, did you?
That's correct.
And as far as this drug usage is concerned, there was a judge at the Lancaster Police Department, wasn't there?
Yes.
That judge signed, he was there to sign a search warrant for Eddie's house, correct?
That is correct.
And to get a search warrant for a person's blood is a very easy thing to do, isn't it?
It's not difficult.
It's just a matter of writing out a little probable cause affidavit, which the judge reads and issues a warrant, and a blood sample is taken from Eddie's arm and taken to a lab to test for drugs, correct?
A blood warrant can be obtained with probable cause. You have to have that first.
Well, you certainly had probable cause to get a search warrant for his blood, didn't you?
I had his admissions of what he had stated he had done, and with regard to the statements that he had made, the probability is that you would get a negative result for those types of foreign substances versus getting the fact that, no, I'm just telling you from my experience that we probably could have gotten cannabis, as a response on a blood draw. But again, his admissions, we discussed, myself and the district attorney,
Well, what admissions are you talking about?
those that are contained in the interview.
But which one?
All of them.
Well, he admitted he might have smoked some marijuana, correct?
Yes.
And that's it, correct?
There's other things that he says with regard to drug usage. All of it should be considered.
Well, are you insinuating that there's other evidence of drug usage besides marijuana?
Yes, I mean, that this is what he says.
Where?
It's in the interview.
Point it out to me in the interview.
Well, and what exactly do you want pointed out?
Where he made an admission of using any other drug besides marijuana that day. You said it was in there, and I asked you to point it out to me, please.
What he says is it's possible that what he used was laced with something. He also says that it could have been formaldehyde.
Well,
So,
but that's, we're talking about, you said that you took a blood test that probably would be negative results, correct?
That's my understanding, is that probably would be the case.
Well, why would it be negative results?
That's a question for the chemist.
Well, but what, you said you all sat around and discussed whether or not to take a blood test from Eddie, and that you decided no, and then you testified that it would have probably been a negative result. What do you mean? What do you base that on?
My experience in training with this.
Okay, but why would it have been a negative result?
That's a question for the chemist.
Well, all you would have had to have done, Bryley, was write out a probable cause affidavit. Judge is sitting right there, get a warrant, take a sample of his blood, and test it so those people over here would know for sure whether or not there was any drugs in his system. Isn't that correct?
There's what substances were in his body that could be tested by a lab, those results would become available through that.
We would let a chemist decide whether or not there were any drugs in his body, wouldn't we?
A chemist could tell you about drug testing, blood testing, and what you can expect to find or not find.
And so we have a capital murder where you don't want to leave any stone unturned, correct? That's proper police procedure, isn't it?
Professional investigation, of course.
Yeah, thorough investigation. You want to make sure that every T is crossed and I's dotted, don't you?
Yes.
And all you had to do, with a judge sitting right there across the hall, is get a sample of his blood, and we would know for sure, wouldn't we?
No, sir.
Why not?
I've stated your questions need to go before a chemist with regard to what could and couldn't be. I can tell you that we could get a warrant, but again, the questions of these other foreign substances and what you can expect to find in his blood, in his body, would be better suited for a chemist.
Well, but if a chemist doesn't have the sample of blood, they can't tell us, can they?
That's true.
And they don't have that sample of blood because you didn't get it, did you?
That's true.
Now, let me ask you, you mentioned that you thought he was trying to set up a self-defense issue, correct?
Yes.
And under our law, a person is entitled to use force against another person. In other words, self-defense. If in his mind, it is to prevent another person's use of unlawful force against him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're entitled to use deadly force against another if you, in your mind, think that that other person is going to use deadly force against you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we have in our law in Texas.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
Okay. And what we use in self-defense is a reasonable person standard, correct?
Yes.
And what we also have in our law is, even if the reasonable person believes that there is a apparent danger, then they're entitled to use self-defense, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The law is imminent, not apparent.
And otherwise not engaged in criminal activity. Yes.
It is apparent, correct?
Did you get a ruling on the objection?
Overruled.
The question is run that by me again. Sorry.
Well, if the danger is in a reasonable person's mind, if that danger is simply an apparent danger to them, then they're entitled to use self-defense.
A reasonable person can use self-defense when they're justified.
Well,
But that's not even decided here. I mean, it's got to be decided by others under a reasonable person standard.
well, I understand that, but my point is that an apparent danger can be defended just as much as a real danger. That's our law. Correct?
I haven't seen the words apparent danger within the law.
Well, have you studied the penal code?
Yes.
Okay. Have you never heard that an apparent danger can be defended just as much as a real danger?
I would concede that a reasonable person, when justified, can use deadly force.
Thanks, Ray Bryley. I'll pass it on.
Yes, sir.
Redirect, Your Honor.
You may.
Under the reasonable person standard that is used for self-defense, does that include shooting unarmed people in the back?
No, sir.
Ranger Bryley, let's go through some of, since counsel wanted to parse the, let's go through the interview. Was the defendant able to recall specific details about the trip out to the gun range?
Yes, he was.
In fact, you asked him, and then where did they take you? And his response was, we drove down to the country out there, and we went and did some shooting sports, you know.
Objecting to leading his witness.
Overruled.
I'll repeat it. You asked him, and then where did they take you? Was his response, we drove down to the country out there, and then we went and did some shooting sports, you know.
Yes.
Now, did he also recall details regarding the murder weapon he had used on one or more of Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, he did.
Well, how did he describe the murder weapon?
He accurately described the murder weapon as a 6-hour 9mm, which is the exact caliber that, of course, we seized.
When asked by you, how many times did you shoot them today, was his response, a couple few?
That was his response.
And he repeated, a couple few shots were fired.
Yes.
And you asked, how close were you to them? Was his response, I was right up close to them?
Yes, that was his response.
Now, you asked them, or you asked the defendant, did they know you were going to shoot them? Did he give a visible response to that on the video?
There was no audible. He did not answer initially. What page are you on?
19. question was, did they know you were going to shoot them?
What he did was very telling at this point. He does not audibly answer, and he shakes his head no.
And then you confirmed that by they didn't know. And did he give another inaudible answer?
He did.
And then you asked, why do you think that? And what was his response?
His response was, because their training wasn't as good. My training's been better. You know my life.
How did you take that response?
His mind is with clarity. He remembers a very fine detail of this crime. His mind is with clarity. He's not insane, in my opinion, at this point.
Well, Your Honor, I object to that. That's not a conclusion he's entitled to make.
Sustain.
And I asked you to ask the jury to disregard.
I will instruct the jury to disregard the previous statement with regard to sanity.
From this trial.
Denied.
Now, we're looking at a transcript here, is that right?
That's correct.
And it's based on the video?
Yes.
Now, get to the bottom of page 22 of your transcript. Did the defendant remember details about what time things occurred out at the gun range?
Yes.
Back to the bottom of page 22, you asked him about what time did this happen today out there at the gun range. What was his response?
His response was maybe around 2 o'clock or so.
And you asked him, and after you killed them, what did you do next? Did he state that he fled?
He did.
Was the word fled his term or yours?
His terms.
Now, did you ask him the question on page 24 of the transcript? You asked him, what did you do with the gun that you had? I mean, did you take it with you into the vehicle and then drive away? And there's no audible answer. What did you perceive his answer to be based on his head gestures?
Well, that it was guilt is what I could see. He's not responding to a very important question that he knows the answer to.
And then you said, is that a yes? To which you got another non-audible answer.
That's correct.
And then you asked, did you feel bad for doing that? Another non-audible answer.
Correct.
And you say, yes, question mark?
That's correct.
And what's his response to that?
He finally says, yes, sir.
And you say, thank you. You know what you did today is wrong, right? You understand that? And what was his response?
Yes, sir.
Was he under any compulsion at that point to say, yes, sir?
He was not.
And you asked him, what do you think should happen? What was his response?
His response was, nothing can keep covering it up forever.
And then you asked him, that's the reason you fled, right? Because you knew it was wrong. What was his response?
Well, I knew there was certain shit that was wrong about it. It was his response.
And then you asked, some of that certain shit was killing them. You know that was wrong, right? And what was his response?
Right.
And you asked, and you knew driving away, taking that truck was wrong. Did he respond to that?
He did not.
And where did you drive after that? And what was his response?
Well, if I was so right, should I just stayed?
And then you say, are you asking me, should you have stayed? And there's no audible answer.
Correct.
Right? And you stated to him, yes, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. You know these men, they're heroes. What was his response?
Right.
Your question to him was, you understand that? Ultimate heroes. And his response was what?
Right.
Did he have an opportunity there to explain to you that, no, they were trying to kill me?
Yes, he did.
Did he say that?
He did not.
In fact, based on your investigation, you didn't know this at the time, I'm assuming, when you did this interview, have you learned more about how the crime was carried out at the scene?
Yes.
Through autopsy reports and other things?
Yes.
Does the evidence that you have reviewed show that these two men were shot in the back?
Yes.
And does it also show that Chad Littlefield was shot in the top of the head such that the exit wound came out the base of his neck?
Yes.
Now, you've taken classes on crime scene reconstruction, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Is it possible for a man the height of Eddie Routh to shoot a man the height of Chad Littlefield in the top of the head, straight down, while he is standing up?
No.
Is it your opinion that Chad Littlefield was down on the ground when that shot was fired to his head?
He was.
When Chad Littlefield had guns in the back of him and was down on the ground, was he in any danger to anyone, including this defendant?
No.
Now, continuing on page 25, you'd asked him, you understand that ultimate heroes, and he had agreed with you, right? And you stated they've been protecting you and me. And his response was what?
For a while now.
And you say for a long while. And his response was?
A lot longer than I was thinking.
Now, bottom of page 26. You're talking about the bong. You ask him, I don't know. You know, you have to be truthful with me. If it wasn't, just be truthful. What was in that bong? What was his response?
No response.
No, on page 26. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, further down. I'm sorry, you asked that twice.
Yes.
What was his response to this? Oh, or not, I don't know, you know?
Okay.
Yes. What was his response to that question?
His response was, I imagine some, and a pause, there's probably some pot in there too, you know?
He had initially denied that there was any drugs in that bong, had he not?
That's correct.
He nodded his head, but he said tobacco.
Yes.
Right? And then you press him on it, and he finally admits that it was marijuana.
Yes.
Pot.
Yes.
And then you ask him, what else? And what was his response?
You know, shit, you can't trust anything in Texas with weed in it because it's usually laced up so fucking tight with different drugs.
Let me ask you what you were looking at when you were investigating this case. Is capital murder an intoxication crime?
It is not.
You know, driving while intoxicated, an element of the offense is being intoxicated, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicular homicide or intoxication manslaughter by running your car into somebody and killing them, that's an intoxication crime, right?
That's correct.
Is capital murder an intoxication crime?
It is not.
Is intoxication a defense to capital murder?
It is not.
Further, at the bottom of that page, you say, if yours was laced, what do you think it would have been laced with? And his response was?
Probably some of that wet, or I don't know, it could have been anything.
So he says probably some of that wet, right?
Yes.
And on the previous page, he had said with weed in it, you know, shit, you can't trust anything in Texas with weed in it because it's usually laced up, you know. Laced up so effing tight with different drugs. That was Eddie's word, right?
Yes.
Now, bottom of page 29 of your transcript, and this was all depicted in the video, of course. You state the question to the defendant, the men that you killed, how were they helping you today when they were talking to you? What was his response?
Talked to me pretty shitty. Talked to me pretty shitty about it, you know, pretty shitty.
Now, you've worked a lot of homicides over the years, have you not?
Yes, sir.
It seems unfathomable to the normal person, but have you worked murders where being personally offended was the motive for committing the murder?
Yes.
Have you, would it seem out of line based on your training experience that they talk pretty shitty to me would be a motive for committing murder?
Well, for a motive, it's possible one portion of, or one reason, you know, as far as in the mind, but all I'm getting from that is some anger.
He was angry with them.
Yes.
And sometimes people murder people because they're angry with them. Is that right?
That's true.
Now, going to page 30. You had asked the defendant about whether he'd done any target practicing that day. Was he able to recall details about the type of weapon and what he did as far as the sport shooting that was going on?
Yes.
What did he recall?
He said they loaded a .45 and he shot it, and we talked about what kind of distance that he shot at, and he said it wasn't far, but I still hit my mark when I was needing to hit my mark true, you know.
Did he appear to be familiar with the weapons he was using?
Very familiar, yes.
Fact. In your analysis of the crime scene and the autopsy reports, do you believe the defendant was proficient in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Bottom of page 31. You ask, was the other guy named Chad, and what was his response?
At the bottom of page 31?
Yes. Bottom half, I'm sorry. The line starts out, yeah, was the other guy named Chad? Line 17?
Okay, yes.
Okay, what was his response to was the other guy named Chad?
Yeah, was his response.
And your next question to him was, you remember that to be true, right? And his answer was?
Yeah.
And your question was, where did you shoot him? And what was his response to that?
No response. Long pause, nothing.
Followed by?
Is there a way I can see my parents yet? Did they make it in yet?
He never answered you about where he had shot Chad, did he?
That's correct.
Based on your training and experience in interviewing, what did that indicate to you?
He knows where he shot Chad. He knows, and he doesn't want to say it.
And what do you now know to be the answer to where he shot Chad?
He shot him in the head.
And?
The face.
And?
The back.
Page 32, line 7, the defendant asks you, can you talk out there and see if they've heard from them, referencing his parents? Is that right?
That's correct.
And you say sure.
Yes.
And what statement does he make after that?
I think I'd like to see them to see if I could at least hug my mom one last time, you know.
One last time. What did that indicate to you was his state of mind at that point?
Your Honor, that's pure speculation.
Sustained.
one last time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you then asked him, you want to do that because you know what you did was wrong today. You shot Chad and Chris, right? And what was his response?
He's physically uncomfortable at that point with a very long pause,
Well, Your Honor, I object to that. That's not responsive.
Overruled.
and then he states, "Yep."
Page 33, we get to line 5. You ask the defendant, is there anything you'd like to say to the families? And his response was,
His response was, "Yeah, I'm just sorry for what I've done. You know, we can work this out."
that was an open-ended question, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And that was his answer.
That was his answer.
Yeah, I'm just sorry for what I've done. You know, we can work this out.
Yes.
Page 37, line 7. You asked the question, what did they do after you shot them? Can you explain that to me? What was his response?
They, and a pause, they laid there and they weren't breathing anymore, so, and that was it.
And then you ask him, what time did that happen? What was his response?
You know, the 3 o'clock or so.
So he remembered the time that they weren't breathing anymore.
Yes. He was close on his time frame.
Are you saying that his timeline was pretty accurate?
It's pretty close for all that had occurred. Their check-in at 3:15. He's saying that it happened at 3.
Page 38, line 5, you say, all right, let me ask you this. You have stated to me that you would like to say you're sorry for what you've done. What is Routh's response?
Right.
You say, like to the families, what would you say to them if you had an opportunity to talk to them right now? And what was his response?
His response was, I'd tell them I was so sorry for what I'd done, and if I could have done it differently, I'd have done it so much differently. I just wish these handcuffs weren't on me.
So he's sorry, but he sure wishes he could get rid of the handcuffs.
Yes.
Because he's uncomfortable.
Yes.
Page 39, line 6, you ask, can you think of what that marijuana was laced with? What is it wet with? And his response was?
Probably some Purple Hearts, you know.
Now, when I first heard that, I thought that was some sort of military reference. You, based on your training experience, know Purple Hearts to be what?
Well, it could mean military and it could mean drugs.
Is that a term used in the drug world?
Yes.
Do people outside the drug world familiar with the terms Purple Hearts in connection with wet marijuana?
Probably not.
Do people outside the drug world ever heard of using formaldehyde?
Your Honor, I'm object. That's speculation.
Sustained.
Bottom page 39. You just ask him point blank. And you know the difference between right and wrong, right? And what was his response?
Yes, sir.
Page 41, line 7. You're talking about when he fled from the police, right?
Yes.
And you asked him, why weren't you complying? Because of what happened? How did he respond?
No response.
And then you say, okay, and nudge him a bit, and then what's his response?
Yep.
He became to get emotional after that point, did he not?
He did.
Talking about his family?
Yeah, he wants to see his mom.
Did the defendant ever ask to stop the interview that you were conducting on him?
He did not.
Did he ever ask for a lawyer?
He did not.
He answered your questions.
He eventually answered the hard questions, not all of them, but enough to satisfy us.
Did he give you a physical response when you asked him if he understood his rights?
Yes. He nodded his head yes, that he understood.
He answered your questions even after he'd been warned that he didn't have to?
Yes.
Now, have you had the occasion as part of your investigation over the last couple of years to listen to a lot of jailhouse calls and read a lot of jail mail of the defendant?
Yes, I have.
Have you become familiar with the way he talks?
Yes, I have.
Does he talk in shocking ways even to his family?
He does.
Can he carry on a conversation?
Absolutely.
And then does he throw in shocking barbs that sometimes you don't understand?
Yes.
Does he talk in metaphors or poetic language?
He does.
Is that when you said that's Eddie being Eddie, is that what you're talking about?
That is.
Let me ask you this. You, having reviewed the firearms forensics and the crime scene analysis and the autopsy, based on the positioning of loaded weapons at the crime scene, what were the only loaded weapons at the crime scene?
Well, all the weapons there had been fired. There was a .45 long Colt revolver above Chris Kyle's head. All shell casings inside of it were still there. The projectiles had been fired. In other words, Chris had fired, if Chris was holding that gun, which it appeared that he was, 6 rounds had been fired out of that gun. And then there was a Springfield XD 45 there with no ammunition left in it.
And that was the gun determined to have been used to kill Chris Kyle, is that right?
That is correct.
The weapon, the sidearms that Chris and Chad had on their persons, had they ever been pulled from the holster?
They had not.
Were they in the holster with the safeties on?
Yes, they were.
Did you find any indication through the crime scene or even the interview with the defendant that indicated that he was ever in imminent danger?
No, sir.
Ask the witness.
Well, you weren't in his mind, though, or to know if he was in imminent danger.
What do you mean in his mind?
You don't know what he was thinking, do you?
I interviewed him for what he would say about it. We've had other people interview him about mind stuff.
Just real briefly, your decision, I believe you testified earlier, there was a group decision about not getting a warrant and getting a blood sample so we would know if what was in Eddie's system, correct?
We're comfortable with the decision we made with that.
No, my question is, who all was there to make that decision?
Myself, the district attorney, was there.
Nash,
Yes, sir.
and who else?
I believe that was it.
So both of y'all concurred not to take a sample of his blood?
Yes.
I need to go on. Judge, we would offer defendant's exhibit number 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's 1 is admitted.
I'll pass it.
Very brief redirect, Your Honor. Since reference has been made to the law of self-defense in Texas, is the law that it's not in the head of the defendant, but in the mind of a reasonable person, there is an imminent threat to his physical danger? Is that what decides whether use of force is justified?
Yes, it has to be based upon the imminent threat of a reasonable person.
And can a person who is otherwise engaged in criminal activity claim self-defense?
They can claim it.
But is it the law that it can stand?
It is not the law.
Pass the witness.
I'll let you have a question, Judge.
No, you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, being 10 till, actually 8 till 6 o'clock, we're good at a good breaking spot. We're still at a good point in this case with regard to sequestration. I've got no issues, and so we're going to continue to allow you to go home of the evenings. Remember my instructions that I've given you throughout this. Each day that we spend, they become more critical. We've got so much effort put into it now for anyone to even inadvertently put that in jeopardy is nonsense to us at this point. Don't talk amongst yourselves. Don't talk with anyone about this. Don't do any independent research. Let all of the facts in this case come from this witness stand and exhibits. With that instruction, I'll turn you loose again tonight if you'll. We're just going to keep rolling on the same schedule. If you get there around 8:30, 8:45, we'll try to get started as close tonight as we can. You're adjourned for the evening.